The Heir of Destruction. Act 6, The Curse That Answered. Chapter 29, A Stillness Disturbed. 6 months into their marriage, Izuku Midoriya and Mina Ashido had settled into a rhythm of ordinary, cherished domesticity that neither of them had fully anticipated finding possible, given the considerable and unprecedented circumstances of their union. Their apartment, larger now than the modest space Whis had originally arranged for Izuku's earliest days on Earth, carried the comfortable, lived-in warmth of two people who had built a genuine life together, Mina's hero career flourishing alongside Izuku's continued role as the country's most formidable and closely watched guardian. It was on an unremarkable Thursday evening, the two of them sharing a quiet dinner after a day that had, for once, carried none of the dramatic urgency that so often characterized their considerably unusual existence, that Izuku first felt it, a faint, unfamiliar rawness threading through the ambient energy of the world around them, distinct from anything his years of careful, divine training had ever prepared him to immediately categorize. "You've stopped eating," Mina observed, studying him with the perceptive attention that 6 years of partnership had only sharpened. "What's wrong?" "I'm not entirely certain," Izuku admitted, setting down his chopsticks and extending his awareness outward with the same careful precision he applied to every unfamiliar sensation. "Something feels wrong." "Not dangerous, precisely, not yet. But wrong, in a manner I don't have immediate context for." The sensation, faint but persistent, carried none of the familiar signatures he associated with quirk-based threats, villain activity, or even the residual traces of his father's own vast and ancient power. It felt, if anything, considerably older and stranger than anything Earth's own considerable variety of dangers had previously presented him with, a kind of festering, negative weight that seemed to gather in pockets across the city rather than emanating from any single, identifiable source. "Should I be worried?" Mina asked, her tone carrying the same steady, unflinching practicality that had defined her response to every previous crisis they'd navigated together. "I don't know yet," Izuku said honestly. "I intend to investigate, carefully, before drawing any premature conclusions." The investigation, unfolding over the following days, revealed a pattern considerably more troubling than either of them had initially anticipated. Isolated incidents, difficult to fully categorize within any conventional framework of quirk-related crime or villain activity, had begun accumulating across Muzidafu and, according to careful cross-referencing with international reports Izuku requested through his now cooperative relationship with the Reformed Hero Commission, across several other major cities worldwide as well. A warehouse in the city's industrial district, discovered entirely gutted and structurally unsound despite no evidence of fire, explosion, or any conventional destructive force. Several individuals, hospitalized with injuries and psychological trauma that defied easy medical explanation, all reporting encounters with something they could only describe as a shifting, formless darkness that had attacked them with an almost predatory, malevolent intelligence. A growing cluster of unexplained disappearances, concentrated in areas that Izuku's careful investigation increasingly identified as carrying that same faint, festering rawness he'd first sensed during their quiet dinner. "It's not a quirk," he told Mina, several days into his investigation, the two of them reviewing his careful notes and observations in the privacy of their apartment. "Whatever this is, it doesn't originate from the same source as conventional human ability. The energy signature is hungry, in a way I haven't encountered before. It feeds on something. Negative emotion, perhaps, or something adjacent to it." "Like the Nomu?" Mina asked. "Something engineered?" "No," Izuku said slowly, turning the observation over with careful, methodical precision. "This feels considerably older than anything human science could have engineered, even with the League's or All for One's considerable resources. It feels almost natural, in its own dark and unsettling way. As though it's always existed, somewhere adjacent to this world, and has only recently found a means of manifesting more directly within it." The uncertainty, unfamiliar and unwelcome after months of relative and hard-won peace, settled uneasily over their previously comfortable domestic rhythm, Izuku's careful investigation gradually expanding to encompass consultations with Principal Nizu's considerable intelligence resources. Careful discussions with Whis regarding whether his father's palace maintained any records of similar phenomena across other worlds Beerus had encountered during his 10,000 years of existence, and Increasingly urgent international coordination as similar reports continued accumulating across multiple continents. Nizu, reviewing the accumulated pattern of incidents with his characteristic sharp, methodical attention, offered his own careful assessment during a private consultation held in his office at UA. The geographic distribution is telling, he observed, studying a detailed map marking each documented incident across the city and beyond. These aren't randomly scattered occurrences. There's a clear pattern of concentration around areas carrying significant historical trauma, sites of past disasters, abandoned structures with troubled histories, locations where considerable human suffering has accumulated over years or decades. Whatever's manifesting appears to be drawn toward exactly that kind of concentrated negative emotional residue. Which suggests it's not random at all, Izuku said, absorbing the observation with careful, growing concern. That it's actively seeking out the conditions most hospitable to its continued growth. Precisely, Nizu confirmed, his small, sharp eyes carrying genuine and evident concern despite his characteristically composed demeanor. I'd recommend treating this as a developing crisis requiring your full and immediate attention, rather than a curiosity to be investigated at your leisure. It was Whis, ultimately, who provided the first genuine breakthrough in understanding the nature of the growing threat. I believe I recognize the particular signature you're describing, he informed Izuku during a private consultation arranged through a brief, careful opening of the passage between Earth and Beerus's palace. Though it's been considerable time since I last encountered anything quite like it. There exists, across certain dimensional planes adjacent to conventional reality, a category of entity born from concentrated negative human emotion, malice, fear, hatred, grief, accumulated and given form through mechanisms your world's quirk-based society has never previously needed to develop countermeasures against. Other worlds, in other corners of the multiverse, have developed their own particular traditions and methods for managing such entities. I believe your world may be experiencing the early stages of a considerably more significant incursion from exactly that category of threat. You're saying monsters born from human negativity are somehow crossing over into our reality, Izuku said, working through the implications with careful precision. Precisely, Whis confirmed. And if my understanding of the broader multiversal patterns governing such incursions holds true, this world's own particular history, considerable violence, trauma, and the complicated moral weight of a society built around superpowered conflict, may have inadvertently created conditions considerably more hospitable to such entities than most other worlds typically experience. The revelation, unsettling in its implications, sent Izuku's careful investigation in an entirely new and considerably more urgent direction. The accumulated weight of years spent protecting his adopted world against conventional threats now expanding to encompass a category of danger that existed entirely outside anything his considerable training, divine or otherwise, had previously prepared him to fully comprehend. He returned to Earth that evening with a weight of concern he hadn't carried since the earliest, most uncertain days following his public revelation, finding Mina waiting in their apartment with the same steady, grounding presence that had anchored him through every previous crisis of their remarkable years together. What did Whis say? She asked, reading the gravity of his expression immediately. Izuku settled beside her, gathering his thoughts carefully before responding. There's a name, apparently, for what we're dealing with. Other worlds call them curses. Entities born from concentrated human negativity, malice, and fear and grief given form and hunger. They're beginning to manifest here, in numbers and with an intensity that suggests something beyond simple, isolated occurrence. And you can fight them? The same way you fight everything else? I believe so, Izuku said, though his tone carried more uncertainty than his usual careful confidence typically allowed. But this represents a category of threat I have no direct experience confronting. My power excels against physical, tangible danger. Whatever these curses actually are, they exist, at least partially, outside conventional physical reality. I'll need to adapt my approach considerably, and likely seek guidance from those who've developed genuine expertise in countering this particular category of threat. Mina absorbed this information with her characteristic, steady practicality, though Izuku noted, with quiet appreciation, that her grip on his hand tightened slightly at the acknowledgement of genuine uncertainty in his voice. An admission he rarely offered even after years of partnership. Where do we even start looking for that kind of expertise? she asked. It's not like there's a listing 4 curse exorcism consultants in the phone book. Wisp believes, Izuku said slowly, that other worlds within the broader multiverse have developed considerable, specialized traditions for managing exactly this category of threat. He's offered to help me identify and potentially establish contact with practitioners from one such world, provided I'm willing to venture beyond the boundaries of what I previously considered the full scope of my responsibility here. So we're going somewhere new, Mina said, and despite the evident gravity of the conversation, a faint, familiar spark of her characteristic fearless curiosity crept into her tone. Another dimension. More weird cosmic stuff to figure out together. If you're willing, Izuku said, though the offer carried, this time, a genuine and unfamiliar uncertainty about the dangers such a venture might entail. This threat feels different from anything we've previously confronted. I won't pretend the danger is negligible, or that I fully understand what we might be walking into. Mina met his gaze with the same fierce, unwavering determination that had carried her through every previous crisis of their relationship, her answer arriving with the same immediate, fearless conviction that had first drawn his attention in the crowded courtyard of Yue's entrance ceremony, years and an entire lifetime of shared experience ago. We're partners, Izuku. That was the whole deal, remember? Whatever this is, whatever weird new corner of the universe we need to go figure out, I'm coming with you. That's not up for negotiation, same as it's never been. Izuku studied her for a long, quiet moment, the same fierce gratitude he'd carried through every previous trial of their remarkable partnership settling once more into his chest. He had learned, across their years together, never to underestimate the sheer, unwavering strength of her resolve, however unassuming her fearless conviction might appear to those who hadn't yet witnessed the full measure of what she was genuinely capable of. Outside their apartment window, the city continued its ordinary evening rhythm, entirely unaware of the strange and unsettling darkness beginning to gather in its quieter, more neglected corners, or of the considerable and unprecedented journey its guardian and his fierce, devoted wife were about to undertake in order to understand and ultimately confront a threat that existed, quite literally, beyond the boundaries of everything either of them had previously understood about the true and staggering scope of the universe they called home. Neither of them slept particularly well that night, the accumulated weight of genuine uncertainty proving considerably more difficult to set aside than the more familiar, tangible dangers they had spent years learning to navigate together. But by morning, when Whis finally arrived to open the promised passage toward whatever guidance and expertise awaited them beyond the boundaries of their own reality, both Izuku and Mina met the day with the same fierce, unwavering resolve that had carried them through every previous trial of their remarkable and improbable partnership. Chapter 30, Beyond the Boundary. The passage was constructed to carry them beyond the familiar boundaries of their own reality felt considerably different from the smooth, controlled transitions Izuku had grown accustomed to during his previous journeys to his father's palace, a rippling, uncertain distortion that seemed to strain against forces considerably more chaotic and unpredictable than the careful cosmic order was typically navigated with effortless precision. This world exists at a somewhat unusual remove from the more conventional dimensional planes I typically traverse, Whis explained, his usual serene composure carrying a faint, uncharacteristic edge of genuine caution. Its relationship with the metaphysical concept of curses runs considerably deeper than most worlds I've encountered, which makes it simultaneously the most valuable resource available to you, and considerably more dangerous to navigate carelessly than my usual arrangements typically require. They emerged into a world that felt, immediately and unmistakably, both familiar and profoundly alien, a version of Japan that carried echoes of the one Izuku and Mina called home, yet colored throughout by an unmistakable, ambient weight of accumulated spiritual energy that neither of them had ever directly sensed with such overwhelming intensity. This is intense, Mina said, her hand tightening in Izuku's as she took in their unfamiliar surroundings, a quiet, unassuming street that nonetheless carried an unmistakable undercurrent of something vast and watchful beneath its ordinary surface. Like, I can actually feel it. Whatever this place's whole deal is. Cursed energy, came an unfamiliar voice from nearby, carrying an easy, confident amusement that belied the considerable and immediately apparent power radiating from its source. Most people can't sense it directly without training. You too must be considerably more sensitive to this sort of thing than the average visitor. They turned to find a tall, striking figure approaching with unhurried, casual confidence, his white hair and the peculiar black blindfold covering his eyes carrying an unmistakable air of someone who existed considerably beyond the ordinary boundaries of whatever power structure governed this particular world. Satoru Gojo, the figure introduced himself, his tone carrying the easy, confident charisma of someone entirely accustomed to being the most powerful individual in any given room. I received word from an old and unusual associate that some interesting visitors might be passing through today. Given the particular signature I'm currently sensing from you, I'm guessing you're not exactly what most people around here would consider ordinary either. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said, extending a hand that Gojo studied with evident, calculating interest before accepting the greeting. And this is my wife, Mina. We've come seeking guidance regarding a threat that's begun manifesting in our own world, something we believe your particular expertise might help us understand. Curses, Gojo said, his casual tone sharpening into something considerably more focused. Word travels fast, even across dimensional boundaries, when something starts leaking through in the kind of numbers your friend Whis described to me. Come on, let's get somewhere a little more private. This isn't really a conversation for the open street. He led them toward a quiet, unassuming building that housed, Izuku quickly gathered through careful observation, some manner of educational institution dedicated to training practitioners of the specialized combat discipline that governed this world's approach to managing curse-based threats. The considerable scale and sophistication of the operation carrying an unmistakable weight of institutional experience that dwarfed even Yue's own. Considerable resources when it came to this particular category of danger. Jujutsu High, Gojo explained, gesturing toward the campus's considerable, ancient grounds as they walked. We train sorcerers, people capable of manipulating cursed energy for combat purposes, to handle exactly the kind of threat you're describing. It's a full-time job here, unfortunately. Curses feed on negative human emotion, and humans, being humans, tend to produce an endless and renewable supply of exactly that particular resource. How do you actually fight them? Mina asked, her characteristic directness cutting through the conversation's more theoretical framing. If they're not physical, not really, how does anyone actually land a hit? Cursed energy, Gojo said, a faint, knowing smile crossing his features. Same substance the curses themselves are made from, just weaponized and controlled through considerable training and discipline. Most people can't access or manipulate it at all, or only in extremely limited quantities. Some of us, his smile widened slightly, carrying an unmistakable and considerable confidence, have access to a bit more than most. The conversation that followed, unfolding across several hours of careful, detailed explanation, provided Izuku with a considerably more thorough understanding of the specific mechanics governing the threat now manifesting within his own world, the particular vulnerabilities and countermeasures that Jujutsu High's considerable institutional experience had developed across generations of careful, hard-won practice. Your world situation is unusual, Gojo observed, once Izuku had provided a detailed account of the incidents he'd been tracking across Muzidafu and internationally. Most worlds develop their own gradual, internal relationship with curse manifestation, evolving countermeasures alongside the threat's own gradual escalation. What you're describing sounds more like a sudden, concentrated breach, curses crossing over from somewhere considerably more concentrated and dangerous than the gradual accumulation most worlds typically experience. Is there a cause you can identify? Izuku asked. Gojo considered the question with unusual seriousness, his casual, confident demeanor giving way, briefly, to something more focused and calculating. A few possibilities. Sometimes it's simply a matter of accumulated negative energy reaching a critical threshold, your own world's particular history of violence and trauma creating conditions ripe for exactly this kind of breach. But given the timing you've described, coinciding roughly with your own public revelation as a being of considerable and unprecedented power, I wonder if there's a more direct connection. What do you mean? Mina asked. Power like his, Gojo said, nodding toward Izuku, the kind capable of literal erasure, tends to leave ripples across the broader metaphysical fabric of a world. Some of those ripples might have thinned the boundary between your reality and the planes where curses typically originate, inadvertently creating pathways that wouldn't otherwise have existed. He shrugged, his tone carrying the particular, easy pragmatism of someone long accustomed to navigating considerable and unpredictable metaphysical complexity. It's a theory, not a certainty. But if it holds true, it suggests the situation is likely to continue escalating rather than resolving on its own, given that the underlying cause, your own considerable presence and power, isn't something you're likely to simply remove from the equation. The revelation, unsettling in its implications, settled heavily over Izuku's careful composure, the possibility that his own presence and power might have inadvertently contributed to the growing danger now threatening his adopted world carrying a weight of responsibility he hadn't anticipated needing to navigate. Then I need to understand how to properly counter this threat, he said, his tone carrying renewed and focused determination. Whatever role my own presence may have played in its emergence, I have no intention of allowing it to continue threatening the people I've sworn to protect. Gojo studied him for a long moment, his expression carrying a calculating, assessing quality that reminded Izuku, briefly, of Aizawa's own careful scrutiny during their very first significant conversation, years earlier. You've got considerable raw power, that much is obvious just from the energy signature you're radiating. But raw power alone won't be enough against a genuine curse-based threat, especially not if what's crossing over into your world includes anything approaching special grade severity. You'll need training, at least enough to understand how to properly channel and direct that power against a category of threat it wasn't originally designed to counter. I'm willing to learn whatever's necessary, Izuku said. Good, Gojo said, his easy, confident smile returning in full measure. Because from what your friend Whis described, and from what you've told me about the scale of incidents already accumulating in your world, I don't think we have the luxury of taking this training particularly slowly. Something's coming, and I get the feeling it's going to arrive a lot sooner than either of us would prefer. As if summoned by the very weight of that observation, a sudden, violent surge of malevolent energy rippled through the campus's ambient atmosphere, considerably more concentrated and hostile than anything Izuku had sensed since first noticing the strange wrongness disturbing his quiet dinner with Mina days earlier. Mina, who had been quietly absorbing the considerable amount of unfamiliar information their conversation had provided, felt the surge as well, her own instincts, sharpened by years of professional hero training, immediately recognizing the shift in atmosphere as something demanding genuine and immediate attention rather than continued academic discussion. That doesn't feel like the kind of thing we should just talk about calmly, she observed, already rising from her seat. Gojo's expression sharpened instantly, his easy confidence giving way to focused, professional urgency. Or, apparently, right now. Looks like your orientation to jujutsu sorcery is about to become considerably more hands-on than I originally planned. Chapter 31, First Contact. The entity that emerged from the tear in reality forming above Jujutsu High's central courtyard bore little resemblance to anything within Izuku's considerable experience confronting conventional, physical threats, a writhing, shifting mass of shadow and malice that seemed to simultaneously exist and refuse existence, its form shifting between numerous, half-glimpsed configurations that defied easy visual categorization. Special grade, Gojo said, his casual demeanor entirely replaced by focused, professional intensity as he moved to intercept the entity's advance. And a considerably nastier one than most I've encountered recently. Stay back, both of you, until I get a better read on what we're actually dealing with. Izuku, despite the reasonable caution behind Gojo's instruction, found himself moving forward regardless, his instinct toward direct confrontation with genuine threats proving, even in this thoroughly unfamiliar context, considerably stronger than any caution his limited understanding of curse-based combat might otherwise have counseled. I appreciate the warning, he said, positioning himself beside Gojo with quiet, determined resolve, but I didn't come here to observe from a safe distance while you handle this alone. If I'm going to eventually protect my own world against this category of threat, I need direct experience confronting it now, while experienced guidance remains available. Gojo studied him for a brief, assessing moment before a faint, approving smile crossed his features despite the evident danger of their situation. Fair enough. Just follow my lead, and try not to get yourself killed on your first day. I'd rather not have to explain that particular diplomatic incident to whatever cosmic authority you answer to. The curse, sensing the two powerful presences now arrayed against it, let out a resonant, otherworldly shriek that seemed to bypass conventional hearing entirely, striking directly at some deeper, more primal register of perception, before launching itself forward with sudden, violent speed. Gojo intercepted the assault with practiced, effortless precision, a barrier of shimmering, deep blue energy materializing around him that simply absorbed and redirected the curse's initial strike with contemptuous ease. Domain amplification, he called out, his tone carrying the easy confidence of someone thoroughly accustomed to this particular category of combat. Watch how the cursed energy flows. That's the key to actually landing a hit on something like this. Izuku, extending his own perception with careful, focused attention, found himself gradually able to perceive the underlying structure Gojo referenced, the curse's shifting, chaotic form nonetheless carrying an identifiable, consistent core of concentrated malevolent energy beneath its constantly shifting surface presentation. There, he said, his voice carrying quiet, focused certainty as he identified the entity's genuine vulnerability. The core remains stable, even as the surrounding form continues shifting. Nice catch, Gojo said, genuine approval coloring his tone. Most new practitioners take considerably longer to identify that particular distinction. Go ahead, then. Let's see what your version of cursed technique actually looks like against something like this. Izuku extended his hand toward the curse's identified core, the familiar violet energy of his own considerable power gathering with practiced, deliberate precision, though he found himself, for the first time in longer than he could easily recall, uncertain whether his usual, absolute approach would translate effectively against a threat that existed, at least partially, outside conventional physical reality. Hakai, he said, the familiar word carrying its usual quiet, absolute finality. The effect proved considerably different from anything he'd previously witnessed his signature technique produce. Rather than the clean, instantaneous erasure that had once dissolved the Nomu and, later, all for one entirely from existence, the curse's form fractured and unraveled in a violent, resistant struggle, its own considerable and ancient nature apparently offering genuine resistance against even his overwhelming power in a manner nothing on earth had previously managed. Interesting, Gojo observed, watching the confrontation with evident, professional fascination even as he maintained his own defensive posture. Your technique seems to work, but curses apparently don't erase quite as cleanly as whatever else you previously tested it against. There's some manner of fundamental resistance built into their nature, some connection to the accumulated negative emotion that spawned them in the first place. Interesting. Very interesting, actually. The curse, weakened but not entirely destroyed by Izuku's initial assault, let out another resonant shriek and attempted a desperate, final assault, and this time, it was Mina, who had been watching the confrontation with careful, focused attention from what she'd judged a reasonably safe distance, who intervened with quick, decisive action. Izuku, the left side, she called out, her own considerable combat instincts, honed across years of professional hero work, identifying an opening in the curse's weakened defense that his own focus on the technique's underlying mechanics had momentarily obscured. He redirected his attack instantly, trusting her observation with the same absolute confidence that had characterized their entire partnership, and this time, the curse's weakened, fractured form finally, completely dissolved into nothingness, the violent, malevolent energy that had animated it dispersing harmlessly into the surrounding atmosphere. Nicely done, Gojo said, lowering his own defensive posture as the immediate threat concluded. Both of you, honestly. Not bad for a first encounter, especially against something special grade. Most new practitioners would have needed considerably longer to identify and exploit that kind of opening. That was considerably more difficult than I anticipated, Izuku admitted, studying the space where the curse had existed moments earlier with careful, thoughtful attention. My usual technique proved effective, eventually, but it required considerably more sustained effort than erasing conventional physical threats typically demands. That's the nature of curses, Gojo said. They're not just physical matter to be erased. They're concentrated emotional and spiritual energy given form, which means countering them effectively requires understanding and engaging with that underlying nature, not just brute forcing your way through with raw power, however considerable that power might be. He studied Izuku with renewed, evident interest. You've got real potential here, though. Most beings with power on your scale never bother developing the kind of nuanced technique actually fighting curses effectively requires. They just assume raw strength will handle everything, and curses have a nasty habit of proving that assumption wrong in ways that tend to prove fatal. The confrontation's conclusion, while successful, left Izuku with a considerably more sober appreciation for the genuine complexity of the threat now manifesting within his own world. The easy confidence he'd carried into this unfamiliar dimension tempered by the recognition that even his considerable, god-tier power required careful adaptation and genuine skill development to effectively counter this particular category of danger. I need to learn this properly, he said, turning to Gojo with quiet, determined resolve. Not just enough to survive isolated encounters, but enough to genuinely protect my world against what sounds like a growing and escalating threat. Then you've come to the right place, Gojo said, his easy, confident smile returning in full measure. Though I'll warn you now, proper training in this discipline isn't something that happens overnight, even for someone with your particular level of raw natural talent. We're looking at weeks, possibly months, of genuine, focused instruction, assuming your world situation doesn't escalate faster than we can reasonably prepare you to handle it. Mina, who had remained quiet through much of the technical discussion, finally spoke up, her tone carrying the same fierce, practical determination that had defined her approach to every previous crisis of their considerable shared history. Then we start now. Today. Whatever training you think Izuku needs, I want to understand as much of it as I can too. If curses are gonna start showing up back home, I'm not gonna just stand on the sidelines while my husband handles it alone. Gojo studied her for a long, assessing moment, his expression carrying genuine and evident respect for her unhesitating resolve. You know, most spouses of people with this kind of power would probably just want to stay as far away from the danger as possible. You two make an interesting pair. His smile widened, carrying its familiar, confident warmth. All right then. Let's get started. I've got a feeling we're going to need every available advantage before whatever's brewing in your world finally reaches its full, considerable potential. The training that began that same afternoon carried none of the gentle, gradual introduction Izuku might reasonably have expected given the considerable and unfamiliar nature of the discipline he was attempting to absorb. Gojo, along with several of his fellow instructors, a formidable and no-nonsense woman named Shoko Yuri and a startlingly young but evidently gifted teacher named Megumi Fushiguro, threw themselves into the task of preparing Izuku and Mina with the same focused intensity that clearly characterized their approach to training Jujutsu High's own considerable roster of young sorcerers. Your natural power gives you an enormous advantage most students spend years developing, Fushiguro observed during one of their earliest sessions, watching Izuku work through a series of increasingly complex exercises designed to refine his perception and control. But that advantage means nothing if you can't apply it with genuine precision against a threat that doesn't respond to simple, overwhelming force the way conventional physical opponents typically do. I'm beginning to understand that distinction considerably more thoroughly than I did upon our arrival, Izuku admitted, the humbling recognition of genuine limitation, however temporary, carrying its own valuable lesson after years spent as his adopted world's unquestionably dominant power. Mina, watching from nearby as she worked through her own considerably more foundational exercises under Yuri's patient but exacting supervision, found herself genuinely struck by the sight of her husband, a being capable of erasing gods and monsters alike with a single spoken word, approaching this unfamiliar discipline with the same humble, dedicated attention he might once have brought to his earliest days as an ordinary UA student. It was, she reflected, one of the qualities she loved most about him, that even now, years into his role as this world's unquestioned guardian, he remained genuinely willing to learn, to be a beginner again when circumstances demanded it, rather than simply relying on the considerable power that had always previously proven sufficient to whatever challenge presented itself. Chapter 32, What Lies Beneath. The weeks that followed unfolded with an intensity of focused, dedicated training that reminded Izuku, in its own way, of the disciplined instruction his father had once provided during his earliest years in the palace's considerable training grounds. Though the specific techniques Gojo and his fellow instructors at Jujutsu High patiently imparted carried a nuance and philosophical depth entirely distinct from Beerus's more direct and forceful approach to power development. He learned to perceive cursed energy with increasing clarity and precision, gradually developing the capacity to distinguish between different categories and intensities of curse manifestation with the same careful, analytical attention he'd once applied to mastering his own considerable Hakai technique. He learned, too, the philosophical underpinnings that governed this world's particular relationship with curse-based threats, the understanding that curses, however monstrous their manifestation, ultimately originated from genuine human suffering and negative emotion, a perspective that added a layer of somber, thoughtful complexity to what might otherwise have remained a straightforward matter of raw power application. You can't just erase your way through every problem, Gojo told him, during one of their many extended training sessions, watching Izuku work through a series of increasingly complex exercises designed to refine the precision and control of his considerable natural ability. Trust me, I've made that mistake myself, more than once. Sometimes the most effective response to a curse involves understanding and addressing the underlying negative emotion that spawned it in the first place, rather than simply overwhelming it with superior force. The lesson, resonating with the same fundamental growth Izuku had experienced across his years on Earth, learning to balance his considerable power against genuine wisdom and restraint, settled into his developing technique with increasing and meaningful effect, his approach to curse-based combat gradually evolving from simple, overwhelming application of raw destructive force into something considerably more nuanced and, ultimately, more effective. He practiced, day after day, against a carefully curated series of increasingly challenging curse specimens that Jujutsu High maintained for exactly this kind of instructional purpose, gradually developing the fine control necessary to isolate and target a curse's sustaining core without simply obliterating its entire form through indiscriminate application of overwhelming power. The distinction, subtle but crucial, represented precisely the kind of nuanced technique that Gojo's patient instruction had identified as essential to genuinely effective curse-based combat, a lesson that required Izuku to unlearn, in small but meaningful ways, some of the more absolute and unrestrained habits his years as Earth's dominant power had allowed him to develop. You're getting there, Gojo told him, after one particularly grueling session that left Izuku genuinely and unusually fatigued, a sensation he'd rarely experienced since his earliest years of training under his father's considerable and exacting tutelage. Give it another few weeks, and you'll probably be operating at a level most of my own students spend years working toward. Not bad, for someone who started this whole process without even knowing what cursed energy actually was. Mina, for her part, threw herself into her own parallel training with characteristic, fearless enthusiasm, developing under the patient instruction of several of Jujutsu High's most capable practitioners a foundational understanding of cursed energy manipulation that, while considerably more limited than Izuku's own vast natural capability, nonetheless proved sufficient to grant her genuine, practical utility against the lower-grade curse manifestations that constituted the bulk of the threat. Categories: more common occurrences. I'm never gonna be erasing special grade curses with a single word, she observed one evening, the two of them resting together after a particularly grueling day of combined training, but I figure every bit of extra capability helps, especially since we both know I'm not the type to just sit safely on the sidelines while you handle everything alone. You've never been that type, Izuku agreed, a faint, genuine warmth entering his tone despite the considerable exhaustion of their day's training. I wouldn't want you to be, even if the option were available. Their gradual, hard-won progress through Jujutsu High's rigorous curriculum unfolded against a backdrop of increasingly concerning reports filtering in from Earth, the situation Izuku had left behind continuing its troubling escalation even as he worked to develop the specialized capability necessary to eventually address it. Whis, maintaining careful, periodic surveillance on his behalf, reported a steady increase in both the frequency and severity of curse manifestations across Muzutafu and internationally, the pattern increasingly suggesting something considerably more organized and deliberate than simple, isolated occurrence. There's a concentration point, Gojo observed, reviewing the accumulated data with Izuku during one of their final training sessions, several weeks into their intensive collaboration. Most of the incidents you're describing seem to be converging around a specific, identifiable location. That's not typical of natural curse manifestation, which tends to remain considerably more diffuse and unpredictable. Something, or someone, appears to be deliberately organizing and directing these curses towards some larger, coordinated purpose. You're suggesting genuine intelligence behind this, Izuku said, working through the implications with careful, focused attention. Not simply accumulated negative emotion manifesting organically, but deliberate direction. It's a possibility worth taking seriously, Gojo confirmed. Special grade curses occasionally develop genuine, calculating intelligence, particularly the older and more powerful specimens. If something like that has taken root in your world, actively working to cultivate and direct the growing curse manifestation towards some larger objective, you're looking at a considerably more dangerous and organized threat than simple, chaotic incursion. The revelation, unsettling in its implications, added renewed urgency to Izuku's already intensive training, the considerable progress he'd made across their weeks of collaboration now needing to prove sufficient against a threat that might carry genuine, calculating malevolent intelligence behind its accumulating manifestation. I need to return, he told Gojo, several days later, as their training reached a natural, if still incomplete, conclusion. Whatever additional refinement my technique might benefit from, I can't justify remaining here indefinitely while the situation in my own world continues escalating. Gojo studied him with genuine, evident respect, his usual easy confidence carrying an undercurrent of sincere concern for the considerable challenge Izuku was about to face. You've made real progress, more than I honestly expected given how limited our timeframes proven to be. But I won't pretend you're fully prepared for whatever's actually waiting for you back home, especially if my suspicion about deliberate, organized direction proves accurate. He paused, his expression carrying unusual, genuine gravity. I'd offer to come with you, but I've got my own considerable responsibilities here that I can't simply abandon, even for a crisis this potentially significant. Just know that if you need additional support, genuine expertise beyond what you've managed to absorb during our limited time together, the offer remains open. This world's sorcerers have faced considerable and devastating threats before. We understand better than most what real, existential stakes actually look like. Thank you, Izuku said, the gratitude carrying genuine and considerable sincerity. For everything you've taught me these past weeks. I don't know that I could have adequately prepared for what's waiting at home without your guidance. Don't thank me yet, Gojo said, his familiar, confident smile returning despite the conversation's underlying gravity. Thank me after you've actually confirmed you can handle whatever's waiting for you. I've got a feeling this is just the opening move in a considerably bigger and more complicated situation than either of us has fully grasped yet. The passage back to Earth, when Whis finally opened it several days later, carried the same rippling, uncertain quality that had characterized their initial journey, though Izuku found himself, emerging back into the familiar streets of Muzidafu alongside Mina, carrying a considerably different and more nuanced understanding of the threat now confronting his adopted world than the uncertain, incomplete picture that had first prompted their unprecedented journey. The city greeted them with an atmosphere considerably more oppressive than the one they'd left weeks earlier, the faint, festering wrongness Izuku had first noticed during their quiet dinner now unmistakably intensified, a persistent and unmistakable weight of accumulated negative energy that suggested, with growing and uncomfortable certainty, that Gojo's suspicion regarding deliberate, organized direction behind the growing threat carried considerable and troubling merit. It's gotten worse, Mina observed, her own newly developed sensitivity to cursed energy sufficient to register the unmistakable escalation despite her considerably more limited training compared to Izuku's own extensive study. Considerably worse, Izuku confirmed, extending his own refined perception across the city with careful, focused attention, gradually identifying the concentrated point of convergence Gojo's earlier analysis had predicted, a location within the city's older, more neglected industrial district that radiated a weight of accumulated malevolent intelligence unlike anything he'd previously encountered, curse-based or otherwise. Something waited there, patient and calculating and considerably more dangerous than the isolated, chaotic manifestations that had first drawn his attention weeks earlier, a presence that seemed to radiate genuine, deliberate awareness of his own considerable power and the training he'd undertaken to counter it. Whatever's directing this, he said quietly, his renewed and refined technique settling into focused, determined readiness, it's been waiting for our return. Watching, and preparing its own response. Mina's hand found his, her grip carrying the same fierce, unwavering support that had anchored him through every previous confrontation of their considerable shared history. Then let's go find out exactly what we're actually dealing with, she said. Together, same as always. They made their way toward the industrial district as evening settled fully over Muzidafu, the accumulated weight of weeks spent training against an unfamiliar and considerably complex category of threat now facing its first genuine, decisive test against whatever patient and calculating intelligence had spent that same period carefully preparing its own response to their eventual, inevitable return. Whatever waited within that neglected corner of the city, Izuku understood, with the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, represented only the opening move in a confrontation that would demand everything his considerable training, both divine and newly acquired, had prepared him to offer. As they walked, Mina glanced toward him with the same quiet, searching attention she'd offered throughout their entire remarkable partnership. "You ready for this?" she asked, her tone carrying genuine concern beneath its characteristic steadiness. "As ready as several weeks of intensive training against an entirely unfamiliar category of threat can reasonably prepare anyone to be," Izuku admitted, a faint, wry note entering his voice despite the evening's considerable gravity. "But I've learned, across our years together, that readiness is rarely absolute. Sometimes you simply have to trust the preparation you've done, and adapt to whatever the moment actually demands of you." The true scope of the threat gathering beneath his adopted world's familiar, ordinary surface remained, for now, still largely and unsettlingly unknown. Chapter 33, The Patient One. The industrial district, long neglected by the city's more recent development and redevelopment efforts, carried an atmosphere of accumulated decay that seemed, to Izuku's newly refined perception, to hum with an unmistakable and considerable weight of gathered malevolent energy, decades of abandoned buildings and forgotten spaces having apparently provided exactly the kind of neglected, emotionally saturated environment that curse-based entities found most hospitable to their gradual, patient accumulation. They found the source of that accumulated weight within the shell of a long-abandoned factory, its considerable interior space transformed, through means Izuku's careful perception struggled to fully categorize, into something that existed only partially within conventional physical reality, shadows pooling and shifting in patterns that defied any natural explanation, the ambient temperature dropping with each step deeper into the structure's oppressive, waiting darkness. "I can feel something watching us," Mina said quietly, her own developing sensitivity to cursed energy sufficient to register the unmistakable, patient attention now tracking their careful advance through the factory's considerable, shadow-drenched interior. "So can I," Izuku confirmed, his own perception extending outward with careful, deliberate precision, gradually identifying the source of that patient, watching attention gathered somewhere within the factory's deepest, most shadow-saturated chamber. They found it waiting there, a presence that carried none of the chaotic, animalistic hunger that had characterized the special-grade curse he'd confronted alongside Gojo weeks earlier, but rather a cold, calculating intelligence that settled over the chamber's oppressive darkness with unmistakable and considerable authority. "You've returned," the entity said, its voice carrying an unsettling quality that seemed to emerge from every shadow simultaneously rather than any single, identifiable source, "considerably better prepared than when you first began investigating my gradual, patient work. The sorcerers of that other world taught you well, in the limited time you spent among them. You've been watching us," Izuku said, his tone carrying quiet, focused calm despite the entity's unsettling and unmistakable awareness of their recent journey. "Since before we even understood what we were dealing with, watching, and waiting, and gathering," the entity confirmed, its form gradually coalescing, within the chamber's shifting shadows, into something resembling a humanoid silhouette, the one that carried an unmistakable wrongness in its proportions and bearing that marked it as something considerably beyond conventional human origin. "Your own considerable presence in this world, Izuku Midoriya, created conditions I found myself unable to resist exploiting. A god's power, made manifest within a world previously unaccustomed to such overwhelming metaphysical weight, generates ripples considerably more useful to entities like myself than you might initially appreciate." "Who are you?" Izuku asked, his voice carrying the same absolute, quiet authority that had characterized every previous confrontation with genuine, existential threat. "I have carried many names, across the considerable and patient span of my existence," the entity said, its shadowed form settling into something resembling genuine, deliberate presence within the chamber's oppressive darkness. "Your world's own particular history and traditions might recognize me, in fragmented and incomplete form, through various folkloric references to entities that feed on accumulated human suffering and despair. For our current purposes, you may simply consider me a patient and considerable curse, one that has spent years, gradually and carefully, cultivating the conditions necessary for a genuine and lasting foothold within your world's own particular reality." And now that foothold has been established, Izuku said, working through the implications with careful, focused precision, you intend to expand it considerably, and at whatever cost that expansion demands of the people I've sworn to protect. Precisely, the entity confirmed, its tone carrying an unsettling and genuine satisfaction. Your world offers considerable and largely untapped resources, generations of accumulated human conflict and suffering that my kind has historically found far more difficult to access given your particular society's unusual relationship with quirk-based conflict resolution. Your own presence, and the considerable ripples your power generates, has finally opened a pathway I've spent years patiently working to establish. Mina, listening to the exchange with growing and evident anger, stepped forward despite Izuku's protective instinct to keep her carefully positioned behind his own considerable defensive capability. So you're just gonna keep feeding on people's suffering, keep making things worse so you've got more to feast on? That's it? That's your whole plan? An understandably simplistic characterization, the entity said, its shadowed attention shifting toward Mina with unsettling, deliberate focus, though not entirely inaccurate. Suffering, properly cultivated and directed, generates considerable and sustainable power, considerably more than the chaotic, undirected accumulation most curses typically rely upon. I intend to become something considerably more significant than a simple, isolated threat, Mina Ashido. I intend to become an integral and permanent feature of this world's own metaphysical landscape, one that even your husband's considerable power may find surprisingly difficult to fully uproot, given how thoroughly I've already woven myself into the underlying fabric of your reality. The declaration, delivered with unmistakable and calculating confidence, settled into the chamber's oppressive atmosphere with ominous, considerable weight, and Izuku found himself, weighing the entity's claims against his own developing understanding of curse-based combat. Recognizing the genuine and troubling possibility that this confrontation represented merely an opening exchange in what might prove a considerably longer and more complicated conflict than his weeks of training had fully prepared him to immediately resolve. Then we'll simply have to prove your confidence misplaced, he said, the familiar violet energy of his own considerable power gathering with renewed, focused precision, tempered now by the nuanced understanding Gojo's patient instruction had provided regarding the genuine complexity of confronting curse-based threats effectively. Mina moved to a defensible position nearby, her own newly developed sensitivity to cursed energy allowing her to track the shifting boundaries of the entity's considerable domain with far greater precision than her untrained instincts could have managed weeks earlier. Izuku, she called out, whatever it's planning, I don't think it's going to just stand still and let you get a clean read on its actual core the way that other curse did. I suspect you're right, Izuku acknowledged, his focus remaining steady despite the entity's continued, patient posturing. This one has had years to prepare, not minutes. I'll need to adapt accordingly. The entity, watching the brief exchange between them with evident and calculating interest, allowed itself a low, resonant sound that might, on something possessing genuine vocal cords, have qualified as amusement. How touching, it observed. A god and his mortal wife, coordinating their considerable but still developing strategy against a threat that has patiently accumulated power across years you've spent, comparatively, as little more than infants within the broader scope of genuine cosmic time. I wonder how much that touching partnership will actually matter, once I've fully demonstrated the true scope of what patient, careful preparation can accomplish. A confident declaration, the entity said, its shadowed form beginning to expand and solidify with unsettling, considerable speed, drawing upon reserves of accumulated power that suggested its true scope extended considerably beyond what Izuku's initial assessment had anticipated. Let us discover, then, whether that confidence proves genuinely warranted, or whether you've simply exchanged one category of overwhelming threat for another that your considerable but still developing expertise proves insufficient to fully counter. The chamber's oppressive darkness surged outward with sudden, violent intensity, and Izuku, drawing upon every lesson his weeks of intensive training had provided, met the entity's overwhelming assault with the same absolute, unwavering resolve that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable and unprecedented existence. Whatever the true scope and nature of this patient, calculating curse ultimately proved to be, whatever considerable challenge its cultivated, gradual expansion into his adopted world's reality genuinely represented, Izuku understood, with quiet and absolute certainty, that he had no intention of allowing it to claim even a fraction of the fierce and considerable devotion he'd spent years building toward protecting this small, remarkable, and thoroughly beloved world. The confrontation that followed would prove, in the weeks and months ahead, merely the opening chapter of a conflict considerably more complex and demanding than anything his previous, more straightforward confrontations with physical threats had ever required him to navigate, a battle fought as much through careful, patient strategy and genuine emotional wisdom as through the raw, overwhelming application of his considerable divine inheritance. But for now, in the shadow-drenched depths of that forgotten factory, Izuku Midoriya stood his ground against the patient, calculating darkness that had spent years quietly working to claim his beloved adopted world, Mina fierce and unwavering at his side, both of them understanding, with the same absolute clarity that had carried them through every previous trial of their remarkable partnership, that whatever this new and considerable threat ultimately required of them, they would face it. Exactly as they had faced everything since the earliest days of their unprecedented and improbable love. Together, and without reservation, for as long as the considerable and unfolding future demanded of them both. Chapter 34, A Foothold Denied. The battle that unfolded within the factory's shadow-drenched interior tested every lesson Izuku had absorbed during his weeks of intensive training at Jujutsu High, the entity's expanding, shifting form proving considerably more resilient and adaptable than the more straightforward special-grade curse he'd confronted alongside Gojo weeks earlier, its patient, calculating intelligence allowing it to anticipate and adapt against his attacks with a sophistication no purely instinctual creature could have managed. The entity's attacks came not in the single, predictable bursts Izuku had grown accustomed to countering during his weeks of training, but in layered, overlapping waves that tested his ability to track multiple simultaneous threats while maintaining the careful, precise control his newly developed technique demanded. More than once, he found himself forced to abandon a promising line of attack entirely, redirecting his focus toward an unexpected flanking assault that the entity's considerable and patient intelligence had clearly anticipated well in advance of his own reaction. "You're stronger than the curses I've fought before," Izuku acknowledged, circling carefully within the chamber's shifting darkness, his perception extended fully to track the entity's constantly adapting form. But strength without genuine wisdom eventually proves insufficient against a will that refuses to break. "An interesting philosophy," the entity replied, its shadowed form lashing outward in another probing assault that Izuku deflected with careful, precisely calculated redirection rather than the brute overwhelming force his earlier, less refined approach might have favored. "Though I wonder how genuinely you believe it, given how thoroughly your own considerable power has always relied upon simple, absolute erasure rather than anything approaching nuanced restraint." "I've learned considerably more nuance than you're currently giving me credit for," Izuku said, and this time, rather than attempting the same overwhelming, direct assault that had proven only partially effective against the special-grade curse weeks earlier, he drew upon the more careful, technical instruction Gojo had patiently provided, identifying the specific, concentrated core of accumulated malevolent energy sustaining the entity's expanded, adaptive form. The technique required a delicacy that his earlier, more straightforward confrontations had never demanded, isolating and severing the entity's connection to the considerable reservoir of accumulated human suffering it had spent years patiently cultivating, rather than simply attempting to overwhelm its expanded and adaptive physical manifestation directly. Mina, watching the confrontation unfold with careful, focused attention, recognized the shift in Izuku's approach and moved to support it with her own newly developed capability, her acid, now infused with the careful cursed energy manipulation Jujutsu High's patient instructors had taught her, creating a series of precisely placed barriers that gradually constrained the entity's ability to draw upon its wider, accumulated reserves of power. "Clever," the entity acknowledged, its confident, calculating tone carrying its first genuine trace of concern as it found its considerable, adaptive capabilities gradually constrained by the couple's coordinated, increasingly sophisticated assault. "You've learned considerably more than I initially credited you with, in your brief time among that other world's practitioners. You underestimated us," Izuku said, his voice carrying quiet, absolute focus as he continued the careful, technical work of isolating the entity's sustaining core. "A mistake that seems to plague everyone who's ever attempted to threaten the people and the world I've chosen to protect." The entity's considerable, expanded form began, gradually and then with increasing speed, to fracture and destabilize, its carefully cultivated connection to accumulated human suffering severed piece by careful piece through Izuku's increasingly precise application of his newly refined technique. Mina's supporting barriers ensuring that whatever residual fragments of concentrated malevolent energy remained found no pathway toward reconstituting the entity's earlier, considerable coherence. "This isn't finished," the entity said, its voice carrying increasing desperation as its shadowed form continued its inexorable fracturing. "You've delayed my expansion, perhaps, but the pathway remains open. Your own presence, your own considerable power, will continue generating exactly the kind of metaphysical ripples that first allowed my kind to establish this foothold. Sever my current manifestation if you must, but you cannot undo the fundamental vulnerability your own existence has introduced into this world's reality." The warning, delivered with the entity's final, desperate assertion of continued relevance even as its form finally, completely dissolved into harmless, dispersing fragments of spent cursed energy, settled into the chamber's gradually calming atmosphere with unsettling and considerable weight. Izuku stood amid the fading remnants of the confrontation, his breathing controlled but carrying the genuine exertion of a battle that had demanded considerably more careful, sustained technique than his usual, more straightforward confrontations typically required, and found himself weighing the entity's final warning against the hard-won victory he and Mina had just achieved together. "It might be telling the truth," he said, once the chamber had settled into genuine, complete stillness, "about the vulnerability my own presence has introduced. I'll need to discuss the implications further with Whis, and likely seek additional guidance from Gojo and his colleagues regarding how best to address a threat that may prove considerably more persistent than a single confrontation can fully resolve. But we won this round," Mina said, closing the distance between them and allowing herself, for the first time since the confrontation began, a moment of genuine relief. "That's not nothing, Izuku. Whatever else is still out there, we just proved we can actually handle it, together." "We did," Izuku agreed, gathering her carefully into his arms, the fierce exhaustion of the battle finally giving way to genuine, hard-won relief. "Though I suspect, given the entity's final warning, that this confrontation represents only the beginning of a considerably longer and more complex challenge than either of us initially anticipated when we first noticed that faint wrongness disturbing our quiet dinner weeks ago." They made their way out of the factory as the last of the evening light finally faded entirely into night, the industrial district's oppressive atmosphere gradually settling, in the confrontation's aftermath, into something considerably closer to its usual, mundane and unremarkable quality, though Izuku's newly refined perception continued registering faint, residual traces of the broader metaphysical vulnerability the defeated entity had referenced in its final, desperate warning. "What happens now?" Mina asked, as they walked together through the quiet, settling streets of a city that remained entirely unaware of the considerable and unprecedented battle that had just unfolded within its neglected industrial corners. "Now," Izuku said, his tone carrying the same quiet, determined resolve that had characterized his approach to every previous significant challenge of his remarkable existence, "we continue learning. Continue training, continue understanding this new category of threat with the same careful dedication we've applied to everything else this world has required of us since I first chose to make it my genuine home. If my own presence has truly introduced a lasting vulnerability into this world's metaphysical fabric, then protecting it against the consequences of that vulnerability becomes simply another dimension of the responsibility I've already sworn to uphold." Mina squeezed his hand, her expression carrying the same fierce, unwavering support that had anchored their entire remarkable partnership since its earliest, uncertain beginnings years earlier. "Then I guess we've got some more studying to do." "Good thing Gojo said the offer for additional training stays open. I imagine we'll need to take him up on that offer considerably more than either of us initially anticipated," Izuku said, a faint, genuine warmth entering his tone despite the considerable gravity of the evening's revelations. "Though I find myself, even facing this new and unprecedented category of challenge, entirely confident that we'll navigate it successfully. We've faced considerably worse, together, and emerged stronger for having done so." The city continued its quiet, unaware rhythm around them as they made their way home, the considerable and unprecedented battle they'd just fought settling into the growing collection of trials their remarkable partnership had successfully weathered together, even as the entity's final, ominous warning lingered at the edges of Izuku's careful, ongoing awareness, a promise of considerably more complex challenges yet to come. Whatever those challenges ultimately proved to demand of them, Izuku understood, walking home beside the fierce and devoted partner who had stood beside him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, that he intended to meet them with the same absolute, unwavering resolve that had carried him from a distant, unmoved observer of this small and fragile world into its genuine, devoted, and now considerably more experienced guardian. The story of that ongoing commitment, and the considerable new challenges his own presence had inadvertently introduced into the world he loved, was only just beginning to reveal its true and complicated scope. They arrived home shortly before midnight, the apartment's familiar, comfortable warmth offering a welcome and grounding contrast to the considerable strangeness of the evening's confrontation. Mina fell asleep quickly, the day's exertion finally catching up with her despite her characteristic resilience, but Izuku found himself lingering a while longer at their bedroom window, watching the quiet city below and turning the entity's final warning over with the same careful, methodical precision he applied to every significant challenge of his existence. If his own presence truly represented a lasting vulnerability in this world's metaphysical fabric, he understood that no single victory, however hard won, would fully resolve the underlying issue. The work ahead would likely prove considerably more sustained and complex than the more straightforward, decisive confrontations that had characterized so much of his life on Earth thus far. But he had faced sustained, complex challenges before, and had never once faced them without the fierce, devoted partner now sleeping peacefully behind him, her trust in his ability to navigate whatever came next never once wavering across every previous trial their remarkable partnership had weathered together. Whatever shape this new chapter of their shared existence ultimately took, he intended to meet it exactly as he had met everything since first choosing this small and remarkable world as his genuine and permanent home. He thought, before finally allowing himself the rest his own considerable exertion had likewise earned, of Wiss's careful warning regarding the unusual and dangerous nature of the boundary they'd crossed to seek this new expertise, and of Gojo's own genuine, professional concern about the scale of what might still be waiting to fully reveal itself. Tomorrow, he decided, they would begin the careful work of investigating precisely how deep this new vulnerability actually ran, and what it might ultimately require of them both to properly seal it. Tonight, though, he allowed himself simply to rest, secure in the knowledge that whatever considerable challenges awaited them, he would face them exactly as he had faced everything else, with Mina fiercely and unshakably at his side. Act 7, The Long Work. Chapter 35, The Widening Crack. In the weeks following their confrontation with the patient, calculating curse in the abandoned factory, Izuku threw himself into the careful, methodical work of understanding precisely how deep the vulnerability his own presence had introduced into Earth's metaphysical fabric actually ran, a task that proved, with each passing day, considerably more complicated and unsettling than his initial, hopeful assessment had anticipated. "It's not healing," he told Mina one evening, spreading a series of careful notes and diagrams across their kitchen table, the accumulated result of weeks spent methodically surveying curse activity across the city and, increasingly, across the wider world. "If anything, the boundary between our reality and the planes where curses originate continues thinning, gradually but unmistakably, regardless of how many individual manifestations I manage to counter. Like a wound that won't close," Mina said, studying the notes with her own increasingly sophisticated understanding of the phenomenon, 6 months of study alongside her continued hero work having sharpened her grasp of the underlying mechanics considerably beyond her initial, foundational training at Jujutsu High. "Precisely that," Izuku confirmed. "I've consulted with Wiss extensively on the matter, and even his considerable experience across countless worlds offers only limited guidance. He believes the fundamental issue relates to the sheer scale of metaphysical energy my own existence introduced into a reality that had never previously needed to accommodate anything approaching my father's particular category of power. The boundary simply wasn't built to withstand that kind of pressure indefinitely." Gojo, consulted regularly through the careful, periodic passages Wiss continued arranging between their two worlds, offered his own increasingly concerned assessment during one such consultation held several weeks into their ongoing investigation. "I've seen boundary degradation before," he said, his usual easy confidence carrying an unusual and evident gravity as he reviewed Izuku's accumulated data. "Never quite this pattern, though. Most boundary weakening happens gradually, over centuries, sometimes millennia. What you're describing has unfolded within less than a year. That's not natural degradation. That's something being actively worsened, whether through deliberate intervention or simply the cumulative pressure of repeated confrontation with increasingly powerful curse manifestations. Are you suggesting something is deliberately widening the breach? Izuku asked, working through the unsettling implications with careful, focused attention. I'm suggesting it's a possibility worth taking seriously, Gojo said. And if that's genuinely what's happening, I'd be considerably more worried about what's using that widening breach to gather strength on the other side, patiently waiting for the pathway to grow wide enough to accommodate something considerably more significant than the special grade curses you've been managing thus far. The warning, delivered with Gojo's characteristic bluntness despite its unsettling implications, settled into Izuku's ongoing investigation with renewed and considerable urgency, prompting an expanded and more thorough survey of curse activity that gradually, over the following weeks, began revealing a pattern considerably more troubling than the isolated, if concerning, incidents he'd previously catalogued. There's a rhythm to it, he explained to Mina and, via a carefully arranged video consultation, to Gojo and several of his senior colleagues at Jujutsu High, several weeks into this expanded investigation. The manifestations aren't random. They're increasing in both frequency and severity according to a pattern that suggests genuine, deliberate cultivation, exactly as the entity we defeated implied during our confrontation. Something is using the accumulated negative energy from each individual manifestation to strengthen a larger, more significant presence gathering just beyond the boundary's weakening edge. Do you have any sense of what that presence actually is? Asked Shoko Yeri, her characteristically direct tone carrying genuine concern despite the video consultation's imperfect connection. Not with certainty, Izuku admitted. But the scale of accumulated energy I'm detecting suggests something considerably beyond even the special grade curse we confronted in the factory. If Gojo's assessment about deliberate cultivation holds true, we may be looking at something approaching what your own world's historical records categorize as a genuine, ancient calamity. The term, delivered with careful, deliberate weight, drew an uncomfortable silence from the assembled consultation, Gojo's own expression carrying an unusual and evident seriousness that Izuku had rarely witnessed during their previous, more casual interactions. If that's genuinely what's gathering on the other side of your world's weakening boundary, Gojo said finally, then we're not talking about a threat you can reasonably handle alone, even with your considerable power and the additional training you've absorbed these past months. Ancient calamities, in our world's own historical experience, have required the combined effort of multiple special grade sorcerers working in careful, coordinated concert to successfully counter. I'd recommend we begin preparing for a considerably more significant intervention than anything we've previously discussed. Mina, listening to the exchange with growing concern, reached for Izuku's hand, her grip carrying the same fierce, grounding support that had anchored him through every previous escalation of their considerable shared history. What does that actually mean, though? In practical terms? It means, Gojo said, his tone carrying renewed, focused determination, that I think it's time we brought this situation to considerably more people's attention than just the small group who've been quietly investigating it thus far. If your world is genuinely facing the emergence of an ancient calamity, we're going to need every available resource, both from your side and from ours, working in careful, coordinated partnership to have any reasonable chance of successfully countering it before the boundary fully collapses. The conversation, unfolding across the following hour into increasingly detailed and urgent planning, marked a significant shift in the scope and gravity of the situation Izuku had first begun investigating months earlier following that quiet, unremarkable dinner interrupted by an unfamiliar wrongness he'd initially struggled even to properly categorize. What had begun as an isolated, if concerning, series of curse manifestations had gradually revealed itself to be something considerably more significant, the early stages of a genuine, existential threat that would require not just his own considerable power, refined through months of dedicated training, but the combined and coordinated effort of two entire worlds' worth of specialized expertise to successfully counter. We'll need Yuji, and probably Megumi and Nobara as well, Gojo mused, already turning his attention toward the practical logistics of assembling a considerably larger and more coordinated response. And I should probably loop in some of the higher-ups at the Jujutsu Sorcerers Association, much as I'd normally prefer to avoid that particular headache. This is bigger than something I can reasonably justify handling with just my own personal involvement. And on my end, Izuku said, his own mind already working through the parallel logistics his own world situation demanded, I'll need to inform Principal Nizu and the Commission leadership. Whatever emerges from this weakening boundary, it's likely to affect considerably more than just the isolated incidents we've managed to quietly contain thus far. The wider world deserves to understand the scope of what may be approaching. The evening concluded with a shared, sobering understanding among everyone involved that the relatively contained, manageable threat they'd first begun investigating had evolved into something considerably more significant, a genuine and gathering storm that would demand every available resource, every hard-won lesson from their considerable collective experience, to successfully weather. Izuku found himself, in the quiet aftermath of that lengthy and considerable consultation, standing once more beside Mina at their apartment's familiar window, the city's ordinary evening rhythm continuing below them, entirely unaware of the considerable and unprecedented gathering storm now confirmed to be building just beyond the weakening boundary of their shared reality. We're going to need to tell everyone, aren't we? Mina said quietly, understanding the full weight of what tonight's consultation had ultimately confirmed. Kirishima, Uraraka, everyone from Class 1A. If this is as big as Gojo's making it sound, they're gonna need to know what's coming. I believe so, Izuku confirmed, his arm settling around her shoulders with quiet, protective warmth. Whatever gathers beyond that weakening boundary, I have no intention of facing it without the full support of everyone who stood beside us through every previous trial of this remarkable, complicated existence we've built together. Outside their window, the stars had begun to emerge across the darkening sky, distant and largely indifferent to the considerable and gathering danger now confirmed to be building somewhere beyond the boundaries of conventional perception, patient and calculating in its slow, deliberate cultivation of a moment that would, in the weeks ahead, demand everything both worlds' considerable combined expertise had to offer. Izuku remained awake long after Mina had finally drifted into an uneasy sleep beside him, his own considerable focus extended outward across the city's quiet, sleeping rhythm, tracing the faint but unmistakable currents of accumulated malevolent energy that continued, patiently and deliberately, gathering strength somewhere beyond the boundary's weakening edge. He thought, in the quiet solitude of that extended vigil, of every trial his remarkable existence had previously demanded of him, the USJ, the confrontation with All for One, the coordinated ambush that had once nearly cost Mina her life. Each of those trials had tested him in its own particular and considerable way, but each had also, ultimately, resolved itself through the kind of decisive, immediate confrontation his considerable divine inheritance had always proven well suited to providing. This felt different, a slow and patient danger that would not yield to a single, decisive strike, however overwhelming that strike might ultimately prove. It would require, he understood with growing and settled clarity, an entirely different category of preparation and resolve, one built not on the singular application of overwhelming force, but on the sustained, coordinated effort of every ally and resource he had spent his remarkable years on Earth carefully cultivating. He thought, too, of the considerable distance he had traveled since those earliest, uncertain days as a distant, unmoved observer cataloging this small planet's strange and fragile customs with detached, clinical curiosity. The god who had first walked through Yue's gates, cold and unreadable and entirely unprepared for the possibility of genuine attachment, would scarcely have recognized the man now sitting vigil beside his sleeping wife, weighing the fate of an entire world not as an abstract exercise in observation, but as a genuine and deeply personal responsibility born from years of hard-won love and belonging. Whatever gathered beyond the weakening boundary, he understood, it would find him considerably different, and considerably more formidable, than the uncertain, guarded being who had first arrived on this remarkable and beloved world. Elsewhere in the city that same night, unaware of the considerable vigil their guardian maintained on their behalf, ordinary citizens slept through an ordinary evening, entirely unaware of how thoroughly their continued safety depended on a patient, sleepless watch being kept by a being who had, against every expectation of his solitary divine origin, chosen their small and fragile world as the single most important commitment of his entire remarkable existence. Chapter 36, Old Friends, New Stakes. The gathering Izuku called together the following weekend brought together, For the first time since their graduation from UA several years earlier, nearly the entire surviving roster of Class 1A, their considerable and varied hero careers momentarily set aside in favor of a reunion that carried, beneath its genuine warmth, an unmistakable undercurrent of serious purpose. So let me get this straight, Kirishima said, settling into a chair in the spacious meeting room Nizu had arranged for the occasion, his characteristic easy grin tempered by evident concern. There's a whole other category of monster we didn't even know existed, born from human misery, and now some ancient, super powerful version of one of these things is getting ready to bust through into our world because of some kind of dimensional crack your own power accidentally created. That's an accurate, if somewhat simplified, summary, Izuku confirmed, standing before the assembled group with Mina steady beside him, the two of them having spent the preceding days carefully preparing a comprehensive briefing for their gathered friends and former classmates. And you need our help fighting it, Uraraka said, working through the implications with her own characteristic thoughtful seriousness. Even though none of us have any training in this specific kind of combat, we're working to address that gap, Mina said. Gojo and his colleagues have agreed to provide accelerated training for anyone willing to participate, similar to what Izuku and I received during our own time at Jujutsu High. It won't make anyone a master of the discipline, not in the timeframe we're working with, but it should provide enough foundational capability to meaningfully contribute to whatever confrontation ultimately proves necessary. Bakugo, who had listened to the entire briefing with characteristic, focused intensity rather than his usual aggressive impatience, spoke up from where he'd positioned himself near the back of the room. You're saying this thing is bigger than the Nomu? Bigger than All for One, even? Potentially, yes, Izuku said, meeting his former classmates' gaze with the same quiet, unflinching honesty that had characterized their entire complicated but ultimately respectful relationship since their earliest days at UA. I won't minimize the genuine danger this threat represents. If Gojo's assessment proves accurate, we're looking at something that has historically required considerable coordinated effort from multiple exceptionally powerful sorcerers to successfully counter, even within a world that has centuries of accumulated experience managing exactly this category of threat. And your own power might not be enough to handle it alone, Tsuyu observed, her characteristically direct assessment cutting through to the heart of the matter. Karo. It's a genuine possibility, Izuku acknowledged, the admission carrying a rare and evident vulnerability that few in the room had witnessed from him since the earliest, most uncertain days following his initial revelation years earlier. Which is precisely why I'm asking for your help now, rather than attempting to manage this threat alone and risking catastrophic failure when the boundary finally, fully collapses. The room fell into thoughtful, considering silence, the assembled group weighing the genuine gravity of what Izuku had just asked of them against their own considerable and varied hero careers, families, and responsibilities that had developed in the years since their shared time at UA. It was Ida, ever the voice of careful, considered reasoning among their close circle of friends, who finally broke the silence. You saved every one of us at the USJ, all those years ago, without hesitation, despite the considerable risk to your own carefully maintained fiction at the time. You've continued protecting this world, and by extension all of us, in every crisis since then. I don't believe any of us genuinely need to deliberate extensively about whether we're willing to return that considerable favor now that you've asked for our help. The sentiment, echoed in various forms across the assembled group in the minutes that followed, settled Izuku's own considerable anxiety about the request he'd needed to make, the same fierce, unwavering loyalty that had first sustained him through the earliest, most uncertain days of his revealed nature now reasserting itself in full and considerable measure. We're in, Kirishima said, his easy grin returning in full, confident force. All of us, probably, though I guess everyone should speak for themselves on that. But personally, count me in for whatever crash course in monster fighting this Gojo guy's willing to provide. The accelerated training that followed, arranged through careful coordination between Izuku, Gojo, and Nizu's considerable logistical resources, unfolded across the following month with an intensity that tested even the considerable existing combat capability of UA's graduated Class 1A, Gojo himself making several extended visits to Earth to personally oversee portions of the instruction, his easy, confident charisma quickly winning over even the most skeptical members of the assembled group. Your world's got some genuinely impressive natural talent, he observed to Izuku during one such visit, watching Bakugo work through a series of cursed energy manipulation exercises with the same fierce, focused intensity he brought to every aspect of his considerable hero career. Not bad, for a bunch of people who didn't even know curses existed until a few weeks ago. They've always risen to whatever challenge circumstances demanded of them, Izuku said, watching his former classmates and closest friends navigate their unfamiliar new training with genuine pride. I've learned, across our years together, never to underestimate what this particular group is capable of when they commit themselves fully to a shared purpose. The weeks of intensive, coordinated preparation gradually built toward a level of readiness that Izuku found himself, despite the considerable and gathering danger still building beyond Earth's weakening boundary, genuinely optimistic about. The combined strength of his own considerable divine power, Mina's developing technical skill, and the assembled might of Class 1A's collective hero capability, now supplemented with foundational cursed energy manipulation, representing a considerably more formidable coordinated response than his own solitary power alone could have provided. Gojo's own world, meanwhile, prepared its own considerable contribution to the coming confrontation. A delegation of Jujutsu High's most capable current students and graduated sorcerers, including a fierce and remarkably powerful young man named Yuji Itadori, whose own complicated history with an ancient and powerful curse gave him particular and valuable insight into the category of threat they were collectively preparing to face, beginning the careful process of establishing a temporary but genuine partnership between two worlds that had, until recently, existed in complete and mutual ignorance of each other's existence. It's strange, Mina observed one evening, watching Yuji and Kurashima compare notes on their respective approaches to close-quarters combat with evident, genuine camaraderie despite having known each other for barely a week. A few months ago, none of us had any idea any of this even existed. Now we've got people from two entirely different worlds training together to fight some ancient cosmic horror. Life really doesn't go the way you expect it to. No, Izuku agreed, a faint, genuine warmth entering his tone despite the considerable gravity of their ongoing preparation. It certainly doesn't. Though I find myself, watching everyone come together like this, more confident than I'd perhaps been since first learning the true scope of what's gathering beyond our boundary. Whatever emerges when that boundary finally gives way, we won't be facing it as a single, isolated god attempting to protect a world beyond his understanding. We'll be facing it as a genuine, coordinated alliance, built from the considerable strength of everyone who's chosen to stand together against it. The sentiment, offered with quiet and genuine conviction, settled into the evening's gathering warmth with considerable weight, the assembled group's collective preparation continuing late into the night as the gathering storm beyond Earth's weakening boundary drew, with each passing day, inexorably closer to its final, catastrophic breach. In the weeks that followed, the training regimen gradually settled into a demanding but sustainable rhythm, Class 1A's graduated members balancing their considerable existing hero responsibilities against the additional hours of specialized instruction Gojo and his colleagues continued providing. Uraraka, whose gravity manipulation quirk proved unexpectedly well suited to certain categories of defensive cursed energy application, developed a particular aptitude that even Gojo found himself genuinely impressed by. "You've got good instincts for this," he told her during one training session, watching her adapt a defensive technique with creative, unconventional flair. "Most people spend years developing that kind of intuitive feel for how cursed energy actually wants to move. You're picking it up in weeks." "I've had a lot of practice adapting to weird new applications of my quirk," Uraraka said, a proud but modest smile crossing her features. "Guess this isn't all that different, in the end." Tsuyu, meanwhile, found her own considerable and versatile physical capability translated with surprising ease into the more physically demanding aspects of cursed energy combat, while Ida's disciplined, methodical approach to skill acquisition ensured his own steady, if less naturally intuitive, progress through the accelerated curriculum. Even Bakugo, whose characteristic impatience initially chafed against the discipline's more meditative and restrained early lessons, gradually found genuine and considerable satisfaction in mastering a category of combat that rewarded precision and control as thoroughly as it rewarded raw, explosive power. By the time their coordinated preparation reached its final weeks, the assembled coalition had developed a genuine and considerable working familiarity with the fundamentals of cursed energy combat, sufficient, Gojo assessed with cautious but genuine confidence, to provide meaningful support against whatever considerable threat ultimately emerged from Earth's weakening boundary. The final coordinated exercise, held just days before the boundary's eventual and catastrophic breach, brought together the entire assembled coalition for a comprehensive simulation designed to test their combined readiness against the most severe scenario Gojo's considerable expertise could reasonably construct. Izuku watched, with genuine and considerable pride, as his former classmates, his own considerable circle of chosen family, moved through the exercises demanding choreography with a coordination and confidence that reflected months of dedicated, shared preparation. "They're ready," Gojo observed, standing beside him as the exercise concluded, his own characteristic confidence carrying genuine and evident respect. "As ready as anyone could reasonably be, given the considerable and unprecedented nature of what we're preparing to face. Whatever happens when that boundary finally gives way, you're not facing it with an untested, unprepared coalition. You're facing it with people who've genuinely earned the right to stand beside you." "I know," Izuku said, watching Mina work through the exercise's final phase with the same fierce, focused determination that had characterized her entire remarkable journey alongside him. "I've never doubted that, not for a moment. I only hope our preparation proves genuinely sufficient to whatever considerable challenge finally emerges." Chapter 37, The Breach. The boundary finally, catastrophically gave way on a cold, overcast morning nearly 2 months into their coordinated preparation. The considerable and gathering pressure Izuku had spent months carefully monitoring finally exceeding whatever remaining structural integrity Earth's weakened metaphysical fabric had managed to maintain. He felt at the instant it happened, a violent, resonant rupture that echoed across his refined perception with an intensity that dwarfed every previous manifestation he'd confronted since first noticing that faint, unfamiliar wrongness so many months earlier, and he was moving before the tremor had even fully settled, activating the coordinated response protocol he, Gojo, and Nizu had spent weeks carefully developing for exactly this eventuality. "It's happening," he said, the words carrying to Mina through the small, specialized communication device Gojo's world had provided for exactly this purpose, before he was already crossing the city with the same effortless, divine speed that had once carried him to Mina's side during the USJ incident years earlier. The breach itself manifested in the sky above Muzutafu's central district, a vast, writhing Terran reality that bled a churning, oppressive darkness across the morning's overcast sky, the ambient temperature across the entire city dropping with a suddenness that sent visible shock and alarm rippling through the ordinary, unprepared population below. What emerged from that tier carried a scale and presence that even Izuku's careful preparation had not entirely prepared him to witness directly, a vast, shifting entity that seemed to simultaneously exist across multiple, overlapping forms, ancient and hungry and radiating a weight of accumulated malevolence that made the special grade curse he'd first confronted in the abandoned factory feel, by comparison, like little more than a minor and inconsequential nuisance. "That's it," came Gojo's voice through his own communication device, the sorcerer having arrived at the scene alongside the considerable delegation from Jujutsu High mere moments after the breach's catastrophic emergence. "That's considerably bigger than even my worst-case projections anticipated. We're going to need everyone, right now, exactly as planned." The coordinated response, months in careful and deliberate preparation, activated with practiced, disciplined efficiency, Class 1A's considerable hero capability deploying alongside Jujutsu High's specialized sorcerers in a carefully choreographed defensive perimeter designed to protect the surrounding civilian population while Izuku, Mina, Gojo, and the delegation's most powerful practitioners moved to directly confront the emerging calamity itself. "Everyone stay to the formation we practiced," Ida called out, his own considerable leadership capability, honed across years of professional hero work, coordinating the defensive perimeter with practiced, efficient precision. "Priority is civilian evacuation and containment. Leave the direct confrontation to those specifically prepared for it." The entity, fully emerged now from the breach's considerable expanse, let out a resonant, world-shaking roar that seemed to bypass conventional hearing entirely, striking directly at the deepest, most primal registers of fear within everyone present, before its vast and shifting attention settled, with unsettling and deliberate focus, directly on Izuku. "Heir of the Destroyer," it said, its voice carrying across the entire confrontation with an ancient, resonant weight that seemed to emerge from the very fabric of reality itself. "I have waited considerable time for this moment, patiently gathering strength through the accumulated fear and suffering your own presence has inadvertently made accessible to my kind. I find myself, now that the moment has finally arrived, eager to discover whether your considerable power proves genuinely sufficient to the confrontation you've spent so much careful effort preparing for. You won't find this world as easy a conquest as you've apparently anticipated, Izuku replied, the familiar violet energy of his own considerable power gathering with practiced, focused precision, refined now by months of dedicated training against exactly this category of threat. Whatever accumulated strength you've drawn from this world's suffering, you'll find it considerably outmatched by the strength this world's people have chosen to offer in its defense. The entity's response arrived not in words, but in a sudden, overwhelming assault that tested every lesson Izuku's considerable training had provided, waves of concentrated malevolent energy crashing against his defenses with a force that, even with his refined technique, required every ounce of his considerable focus to successfully counter. Gojo moved to support him instantly, his own considerable technique deploying with practiced, professional efficiency, while Yuji Itadori and several of Jujutsu High's most capable sorcerers coordinated their own combined assault against the entity's vast, shifting form. The combined might of two entirely different worlds' considerable expertise finally converging against the ancient and calculating threat that had spent months patiently preparing for exactly this confrontation. Izuku, Mina called out, her own developed technique deploying with careful, coordinated precision alongside the assembled defensive formation, the left flank, it's trying to circle around toward the evacuation zone. He redirected instantly, trusting her tactical observation with the same absolute confidence that had characterized their entire partnership, intercepting the entity's attempted flanking maneuver with a decisive, focused strike that, while not sufficient to fully counter its considerable and ancient power, succeeded in disrupting its coordinated assault long enough for Gojo and Yuji to press their own combined advantage. The battle that followed unfolded across the better part of an hour, the combined and coordinated effort of Izuku's divine power, Gojo's considerable mastery, Yuji's own unique and hard-won expertise, and the supporting, disciplined capability of both Class 1A's graduated hero talent and Jujutsu High's assembled sorcerers gradually, incrementally wearing down the ancient entity's vast and seemingly inexhaustible reserves of accumulated power. It's weakening, Izuku called out, his own perception, refined through months of careful study, identifying the gradual but unmistakable erosion in the entity's considerable defensive capability. Continue pressing the coordinated assault, exactly as we practiced. The entity, sensing its own gradual and inexorable weakening, let out another resonant, world-shaking roar, this one carrying an unmistakable undercurrent of genuine desperation rather than its earlier, confident menace. You cannot fully destroy me, it declared, its vast form beginning to fracture under the sustained weight of their combined assault. I am born from the accumulated suffering of countless generations. Erase this particular manifestation, and I will simply gather strength once more, patiently, across whatever span of time your world's continued suffering ultimately provides. Then we'll ensure that suffering has considerably less opportunity to accumulate, Izuku replied, his own considerable power gathering into its final, decisive form, the same absolute finality that had once erased the Nomu and All for One from existence now directed, with careful and deliberate precision, towards severing the entity's fundamental connection to the accumulated negative energy sustaining its vast and ancient presence. Hakai, he said, the familiar word carrying its full and terrible weight, now refined and focused through months of dedicated technical study into something considerably more precise and effective than his earlier, more instinctual application of the same fundamental power. The entity's vast and ancient form began, gradually and then with accelerating speed, to unravel entirely, its considerable accumulated strength finally proving insufficient against the combined and coordinated assault of two entire worlds' considerable expertise, converging with focused, decisive precision against the fundamental core of its sustained existence. Around the confrontation's considerable perimeter, the assembled defensive formation held steady even as the entity's dissolution sent visible ripples of dispersing energy rolling outward across the battlefield. Ida's careful coordination ensuring that no stray fragment of the collapsing entity's considerable power found any opening to threaten the civilian evacuation still proceeding in the confrontation's wider shadow. Bakugo, positioned at the formation's most exposed flank, intercepted and neutralized several such fragments with the same fierce, focused precision that had characterized his entire considerable hero career, while Uraraka and Tsuyu worked in careful, practiced tandem to ensure the last of the evacuation proceeded without incident despite the battle's continued, dwindling chaos. Almost there, Gojo called out, his own considerable technique maintaining steady, focused pressure against the entity's rapidly diminishing coherence. Keep the pressure up, everyone. We're not giving this thing any opening to regroup. Izuku felt the entity's last, desperate surge of resistance crash against his sustained assault, a final, concentrated burst of accumulated malevolence that carried, even in its evident and terminal weakness, considerable force. He held steady, drawing on the full and considerable measure of his refined technique, his father's ancient training, and the months of dedicated study Gojo and his colleagues had patiently provided, until the last of that resistance finally, completely gave way, the entity's ancient and vast presence dissolving entirely into the scattered, harmless remnants of spent cursed energy that drifted, quietly and without further threat, across the gradually clearing morning sky. Chapter 38, What the Boundary Cost. The ancient entity's final dissolution unfolded across several long, suspended minutes, its vast and shifting form fracturing into countless drifting fragments of spent, unraveling energy that scattered harmlessly across the morning sky, the oppressive darkness that had bled from the breach's considerable expanse gradually giving way to the ordinary, overcast light of an autumn morning that had, mere hours earlier, carried no indication of the catastrophic confrontation about to unfold within. Its quiet, unremarkable boundaries. Izuku stood amid the confrontation's considerable aftermath, his breathing controlled but carrying the genuine exhaustion of a battle that had demanded every ounce of his refined technique and considerable divine power, and found himself, surveying the assembled group of exhausted but triumphant allies gathered around him, struck by a wave of gratitude that momentarily overwhelmed even his usual careful composure. We did it, Mina said, closing the distance between them with visible relief, her own considerable exertion evident in the careful, measured way she moved despite her characteristic resilience. It's actually over. This particular manifestation, at least, Izuku said, his tone carrying careful, measured caution despite the evident and considerable victory they'd just achieved together. Though I suspect the entity's final warning carries genuine merit. We've defeated this specific incursion, but the underlying vulnerability that first allowed it to gather strength remains, at least partially, unaddressed. Gojo, approaching with his own evident exhaustion tempered by genuine, professional satisfaction, offered a tired but confident smile as he surveyed the assembled coalition of allies from both their worlds. One battle at a time, he said. We just took down something that historically required multiple special grade sorcerers working in careful coordination to successfully counter, and we did it with a coalition that's been training together for less than 2 months. I'd call that a pretty solid foundation for addressing whatever comes next. The cleanup and recovery that followed occupied the remainder of that day and much of the following week. UA's administration and the Reformed Hero Commission working in careful, coordinated partnership with Jujutsu High's own institutional resources to manage the considerable public disclosure and reassurance that the unprecedented confrontation's visibility inevitably demanded. The public response has been mixed, Nizu reported during a private debriefing held several days after the confrontation's conclusion, his characteristic sharp, calculating attention already turned toward the considerable diplomatic work still ahead. Considerable fear, understandably, given the scale and visibility of what transpired. But also, I'm pleased to note, genuine and growing appreciation for the coordinated response that ultimately proved successful in protecting the city's population. Your continued willingness to face threats of this magnitude on this world's behalf, Izuku, continues earning you a degree of public trust that I suspect few could have anticipated during those uncertain early days following your initial revelation. The victory belongs to everyone who fought alongside me, Izuku said, his tone carrying quiet and genuine sincerity. Mina, our friends from Class 1A, Gojo and his considerable delegation from Jujutsu High. I couldn't have countered a threat of that magnitude alone, whatever confidence my own considerable power might once have encouraged me to carry into such a confrontation. The formal alliance that emerged from their shared victory, carefully negotiated over the following weeks between UA's administration, the Reformed Hero Commission, and Jujutsu High's own institutional leadership, established an ongoing framework of mutual cooperation and information sharing between the two worlds, a permanent passage maintained through Whiss's careful oversight allowing for continued exchange of expertise, resources, and, when circumstances demanded it, direct military coordination against threats that exceeded either world's independent capability to manage alone. It's a good arrangement, Gojo observed during one of the Alliance's early formal sessions, watching representatives from both worlds work through the considerable logistical details their unprecedented partnership required. Honestly, better than I expected, given how skeptical some of the more traditional voices in our own institutional hierarchy were about the whole idea initially. Turns out a demonstrated, successful confrontation against an ancient calamity does wonders for convincing even the most stubborn bureaucrats that cross-dimensional cooperation might actually be worth the administrative headache. Yuji Itadori, who had proven himself, across their weeks of shared training and the considerable confrontation that followed, to be not only a formidable and capable sorcerer but a genuinely warm and easy friend to the members of Class 1A he'd trained alongside, found himself, in the Alliance's aftermath, developing a particularly close friendship with Kirishima that carried its own considerable and mutual admiration. "You guys have got some seriously wild stuff going on in your world," he observed during one of the Alliance's early social gatherings, comparing notes with Kirishima over the considerable spread of food Yui's staff had arranged for the occasion. "Quirks, gods, all of it. Makes our curse problem feel almost normal by comparison. Trust me, man, normal isn't really a word that applies to much of what happens around here," Kirishima said, laughing with genuine warmth. "But I'm glad you guys came through when it mattered. Don't think we could have handled that thing without your world's help." The growing friendship between their two considerable communities, built on the hard-won foundation of shared sacrifice and successful, coordinated victory, offered Izuku a particular and meaningful satisfaction that extended beyond the immediate, practical benefits of their new alliance, a genuine expansion of the community and connection he'd spent years carefully building since first arriving on Earth as a distant, unmoved observer. It was Whis, during a private consultation held several weeks after the confrontation's conclusion, who first raised the more troubling and unresolved implications of the entity's final warning. "The boundary weakness remains," he confirmed, his usual serene composure carrying an unfamiliar and evident gravity as he reviewed the considerable data Izuku had continued gathering in the confrontation's aftermath. "Your successful defeat of this particular manifestation addressed the immediate, acute crisis, but the underlying metaphysical vulnerability that first allowed such a significant entity to gather strength remains largely unaddressed. I suspect, without more fundamental intervention, similar incursions will continue occurring, though perhaps with somewhat reduced frequency and severity given the considerable damage this defeat inflicted on whatever broader network of accumulated malevolent energy originally sustained the entity's presence." "What kind of fundamental intervention would actually resolve the underlying vulnerability?" Izuku asked, working through the implications with careful, focused attention. Whis considered the question with unusual, evident seriousness before responding. "There exists, within certain traditions across the broader multiverse, a category of ritual capable of genuinely sealing and reinforcing a weakened dimensional boundary. It's considerable and demanding work, requiring not just raw power, but a genuine and sustained commitment from those undertaking it, often extending across weeks or months of careful, dedicated ritual maintenance. I could, with sufficient preparation, guide you through the fundamental principles involved. But I want you to understand clearly, before committing to such an undertaking, that it would require considerable and sustained sacrifice, a commitment that would likely demand your full and undivided attention for a considerable period." Izuku turned the offer over with careful, methodical consideration, weighing the genuine and considerable cost against the alternative of continuing to manage isolated, recurring incursions indefinitely, a prospect that carried its own considerable and ongoing risk to the world and people he'd sworn to protect. "I'll need to discuss this with Mina," he said finally, "and likely with our broader circle of allies as well, given the considerable scope of what you're describing. But I suspect, ultimately, that addressing the fundamental vulnerability properly represents the wiser and more sustainable path forward, whatever sacrifice it ultimately demands." That evening, presenting Whis's offer to Mina in the quiet privacy of their apartment, Izuku found himself, not for the first time in their considerable years together, grateful for her characteristic, grounded wisdom in weighing the genuine implications of the choice before them. How much of a sacrifice are we actually talking about? She asked, her tone carrying careful, practical consideration rather than immediate alarm. This wasn't entirely specific, Izuku admitted. Weeks, possibly months, of dedicated ritual work. I suspect it will require my full and sustained attention, which will likely mean stepping back, at least temporarily, from my more immediate and visible role protecting this world against conventional threats. Mina considered this for a long, thoughtful moment, her expression carrying the same careful, deliberate weighing of genuine costs and benefits that had characterized her approach to every significant decision of their considerable shared history. If it means actually fixing the problem instead of just treating the symptoms every time something else tries to break through, I think it's worth it, she said finally. We've got Class 1A, and now this whole partnership with Gojo's world too. I think we can manage a few months of you being a little less directly available for everything else, if it means we're not stuck fighting ancient monsters every few months indefinitely. The decision, reached together with the same careful, collaborative deliberation that had characterized every significant choice of their remarkable partnership, set in motion a new and considerable phase of Izuku's ongoing commitment to the world he'd chosen as his genuine and permanent home, a commitment that would, in the months ahead, demand a different and in some ways more challenging category of sacrifice than the more immediate, decisive confrontations that had previously characterized so much of his considerable and unprecedented existence. But for now, in the quiet aftermath of their hard-won victory against the ancient calamity that had first emerged from Earth's weakening boundary, Izuku allowed himself a moment of genuine and well-earned satisfaction, gathering Mina close in the comfortable, familiar warmth of their shared home, grateful beyond easy measure for the fierce and devoted partner, and the considerable and growing circle of allies across two entire worlds, who had stood beside him through the most significant and demanding confrontation of his considerable existence thus far. Whatever the ritual Whis had described ultimately required of them, Izuku understood, with the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, that he would face it exactly as he had faced everything since first choosing this small and remarkable world as his genuine and permanent home. With Mina fiercely and unshakably by his side, and an entire growing community of devoted friends and allies standing ready to support whatever the considerable work ahead ultimately demanded of them all. In the days that followed the confrontation's conclusion, the considerable bonds forged between the two worlds' respective communities continued deepening in ways that extended well beyond the immediate, practical necessities of their formal alliance. Yuji and Kurishima's growing friendship blossomed into a genuine and enduring camaraderie, the two of them establishing a regular tradition of shared training sessions whenever Whis' careful scheduling allowed for passage between their worlds. Nobara Kujisaki, another of Jujutsu High's formidable young sorcerers, found an unexpected kindred spirit in Mina's own fierce, unapologetic confidence, the two women quickly establishing a friendship built on mutual respect and a shared refusal to be intimidated by the considerable and often overwhelming power surrounding them on both sides of their unprecedented alliance. It's kind of amazing, honestly, Mina reflected one evening, watching the considerable and genuine warmth that had developed among their combined circle of friends during one of the alliance's regular social gatherings. A year ago, none of us knew any of this existed. Now we've got actual friendships spanning two entire different worlds. Whatever else comes next, I think that's worth celebrating. I agree completely, Izuku said, watching the same scene with quiet and genuine satisfaction. Whatever challenges still lie ahead, I find myself considerably more confident facing them, knowing we've built something this genuine and enduring in the process. That night, walking home together through streets that had, mere days earlier, borne witness to the most significant confrontation of Izuku's considerable existence, both of them found themselves reflecting on how thoroughly the past year had reshaped everything they'd once understood about the true scope and stakes of the life they'd built together. What had begun as a quiet dinner interrupted by an unfamiliar wrongness had grown into an alliance spanning two entire worlds, a coalition of friends and allies whose combined strength had proven sufficient to counter a threat that would once have seemed entirely beyond even Izuku's considerable and singular power to face alone. Chapter 39, The Long Work. The ritual Whis had described proved, in practice, considerably more demanding and complex than even his careful, measured warning had initially suggested, requiring Izuku to establish and maintain a continuous, focused connection to the weakened boundary itself, channeling his own considerable power in a slow, sustained, and deliberately restrained manner entirely different from the decisive, overwhelming applications that had characterized nearly every previous confrontation of his remarkable existence. This isn't about destroying anything, Whis explained during their first extended session, the two of them positioned at what Izuku's refined perception had identified as one of the boundary's most significantly weakened points, a quiet, unremarkable stretch of coastline just outside Muzidafu's city limits that carried, beneath its ordinary surface, an unmistakable and considerable metaphysical fragility. It's about patient, careful reinforcement, gradually rebuilding the structural integrity your own considerable presence inadvertently compromised. You'll need to learn a category of restraint and sustained focus that likely exceeds anything your previous training has demanded of you. The early sessions proved genuinely humbling. Izuku's instinct toward decisive, overwhelming application of his considerable power working directly against the patient, sustained restraint the ritual actually required, his early attempts resulting in fluctuations and instabilities that Whis, with characteristic patient guidance, gradually helped him learn to smooth into something considerably more controlled and sustainable. You're trying to fix it all at once, Whis observed during one particularly frustrating early session, watching Izuku's careful attempt at boundary reinforcement destabilize yet again under the pressure of his own considerable but improperly restrained power. This isn't a problem that responds to overwhelming force, however considerable that force might be. Think of it less as erasure, and more as a very slow, very patient act of careful cultivation, similar in spirit, perhaps, to the technique you learned from Gojo regarding isolating a curse's sustaining core rather than simply obliterating its entire form. The comparison, offered with Whis's characteristic serene patience, provided Izuku with a genuine and valuable framework for approaching the ritual's particular demands, his gradual progress across the following weeks building on the same hard-won lessons in nuanced, precise technique that his time at Jujutsu High had first begun instilling in him. Mina, unable to directly participate in the ritual's technical execution given its specific requirements regarding Izuku's particular divine nature, nonetheless established her own considerable and valuable role throughout the months-long undertaking, managing the practical logistics of his sustained absence from more immediate hero duties, coordinating with Class 1A and the Commission to ensure adequate coverage for any conventional threats that emerged during his necessarily divided attention, and providing the same grounding, emotional support that had anchored him through every previous significant challenge of their considerable shared history. "You look exhausted," she observed one evening, several weeks into the ritual's demanding schedule, finding him seated at their kitchen table with the particular, unfamiliar fatigue that had become an increasingly regular feature of his daily routine since beginning the sustained work. "This kind of exhaustion is different from anything my previous training prepared me for," Izuku admitted, accepting the tea she'd prepared with genuine gratitude. "Physical exertion, even considerable physical exertion, I understand intimately. This is something else. A sustained, patient discipline that draws on reserves I'm still learning to properly identify and manage. Is it working, though?" Mina asked, settling beside him with the same careful, attentive concern that had characterized her support throughout their entire remarkable partnership. Gradually, Izuku said, a faint, genuine warmth entering his tone despite his evident fatigue. "Whis confirms measurable improvement in the boundary's structural integrity at the points we've focused our efforts on thus far. It's slow, considerably slower than I'd prefer given my usual approach to confronting significant threats, but it's genuine and sustainable progress." The months that followed settled into a rhythm considerably different from the more dramatic, decisive confrontations that had characterized so much of Izuku's previous existence on Earth, a patient, sustained discipline of careful ritual work interspersed with periodic, if reduced, engagement with conventional hero duties, Class 1A and the broader Commission apparatus gradually developing sufficient capability and coordination to manage most ordinary threats without requiring his direct, immediate intervention. Gojo, maintaining regular contact throughout the ritual's extended timeline, offered his own periodic guidance and encouragement, his considerable expertise in curse-adjacent metaphysics proving genuinely valuable in helping Izuku navigate the particular technical challenges the sustained work continued presenting. "You're getting the hang of it," he observed during one video consultation, several months into the ritual's demanding schedule, reviewing the considerable data Izuku had continued carefully gathering throughout the process. Slower than most people would probably prefer, but that's honestly a good sign. Rushed boundary work tends to create exactly the kind of instabilities that got you into this mess in the first place. Patient, careful reinforcement is exactly what this situation actually calls for. I confess I've developed a new appreciation for the kind of sustained discipline your own world sorcerers apparently take for granted, Izuku said, a wry, genuine note entering his tone despite the considerable exhaustion the ongoing work continued demanding of him. I'd grown accustomed, across my years here, to confronting most significant challenges through decisive, immediate action. This particular undertaking has required a considerably different approach. Welcome to the less glamorous side of jujutsu sorcery, Gojo said, his familiar, confident smile carrying genuine warmth despite the video connection's imperfect clarity. Most of the real, lasting work in this field isn't flashy confrontations against special grade curses. It's exactly this kind of patient, sustained maintenance that never makes headlines but genuinely keeps the world safer over the long term. As the months progressed, Izuku's growing mastery of the ritual's particular demands gradually accelerated the pace of genuine, measurable progress. The boundary's structural integrity across the various weakened points he and Whis had identified showing increasingly significant and sustainable improvement. Curse manifestations across the city and, according to careful international coordination with Jujutsu High's own monitoring efforts, across the wider world as well, gradually decreased in both frequency and severity. The underlying vulnerability that had first allowed the ancient calamity to gather its considerable strength slowly but genuinely healing under the weight of his patient, sustained attention. We're seeing measurable, sustained improvement across every metric we've been tracking, Nizu reported during a periodic briefing held roughly 6 months into the ritual's ongoing timeline, his characteristic sharp attention carrying genuine and evident satisfaction at the considerable progress. Whatever this work actually involves, Izuku, it appears to be genuinely and effectively addressing the underlying issue, rather than simply managing its more visible symptoms. The considerable personal cost of that sustained progress, however, continued weighing on Izuku throughout the ritual's demanding timeline, the necessary reduction in his more immediate, visible presence protecting the world he'd sworn to defend carrying its own particular and unfamiliar burden, even as he understood, with growing and settled clarity, that the long-term benefit of properly addressing the fundamental vulnerability far outweighed the temporary discomfort of stepping back from his usual, more prominent role. Do you ever regret it? Mina asked one evening, nearly 8 months into the ritual's extended timeline, the two of them sharing a quiet dinner that had, across the preceding months, become an increasingly cherished and grounding constant amid the considerable demands of his ongoing work. Choosing to do this the slow, careful way instead of just finding some more immediate, dramatic solution? Izuku considered the question with the same careful, thoughtful attention he applied to every significant reflection on his considerable and unprecedented existence. No, he said finally, the answer carrying genuine and settled conviction. I've learned, across these past months, a different and in some ways more valuable category of strength than the one I arrived on Earth already possessing. Patient, sustained commitment to genuine, lasting solutions, rather than simply the decisive, dramatic confrontations that had previously defined my approach to nearly every significant challenge. I think, if anything, this particular trial has made me a more complete guardian for this world than I was before undertaking it. Mina reached for his hand, her grip carrying the same fierce, grounding warmth that had anchored him through every previous significant challenge of their considerable shared history. I think you're right, she said. Though I'll admit, I'm looking forward to having you back at full, undivided attention once this whole thing finally wraps up. It's been a long 8 months, watching you split your focus between saving the world in slow motion and everything else our regular life still demands. Whis estimates we're approaching the ritual's final, concluding phase, Izuku said, a genuine and considerable relief entering his tone at the prospect. Perhaps another month, possibly 2, before the boundary's structural integrity reaches a level of sustainable stability that no longer requires my continued, direct attention. The prospect of that eventual conclusion, drawing steadily closer across the following weeks, offered both of them a renewed and genuine sense of anticipation, the considerable sacrifice and sustained discipline of the preceding months gradually approaching its long-awaited and hard-won culmination. Yet even as that conclusion drew closer, Izuku found himself, during his continued careful monitoring of the boundary's gradual healing, noticing something else entirely, a faint and unfamiliar signature emerging from an entirely different and previously unexamined corner of the metaphysical landscape his months of dedicated study had gradually made him considerably more attuned to perceiving. "Whis," he said, during one of their regular sessions, his attention sharpening with sudden and focused concern, "I'm detecting something new. Not related to the curse boundary we've been working to reinforce. Something else entirely, a signature I don't immediately recognize." Whis extended his own considerable perception toward the unfamiliar signal, his characteristic serene composure carrying, for a rare and unsettling moment, genuine and evident surprise. "That's unusual," he said slowly, working through the implications with careful, methodical attention. "I believe I recognize that particular metaphysical signature, though I confess I hadn't anticipated encountering it in connection with your own particular situation. What is it?" Izuku asked, his focus sharpening further at Whis' evident and unusual uncertainty. "A dimensional signature considerably older and more complex than the one governing the curse-based threats you've spent this past year learning to counter," Whis said finally, his tone carrying careful, deliberate gravity. "One associated with a category of conflict your own considerable experience hasn't yet required you to directly confront. I believe, Izuku, that your months of careful work reinforcing this particular boundary may have inadvertently drawn attention from an entirely different and previously unconnected corner of the broader multiverse, one considerably more ancient and complicated in its own particular history of conflict and power." The revelation, arriving just as their long, patient work toward resolving one considerable crisis approached its hard-won conclusion, settled into Izuku's careful awareness with the unmistakable and unsettling weight of an entirely new challenge beginning to emerge, even as the previous one finally, genuinely neared its long-awaited resolution. Whatever this new and unfamiliar signature ultimately represented, he understood, with the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, that the considerable work of protecting his chosen world had, once again, revealed itself to carry a scope and complexity that extended far beyond anything even his most recent and demanding trials had fully prepared him to anticipate. The long, patient work of the past 8 months was drawing to its conclusion. But somewhere beyond the boundaries of everything he'd previously understood about the true and staggering scope of the universe he called home, something new, ancient, and entirely unfamiliar had begun, quietly and deliberately, to take notice of the god who had chosen this small and remarkable world as his own. That night, after Whis had departed and the quiet, unremarkable stretch of coastline had settled back into its ordinary, unremarkable stillness, Izuku made his way home to find Mina waiting, her characteristic perceptiveness immediately registering the fresh and unfamiliar concern now shadowing his usually composed expression. "There's something new," she said, not quite a question, her tone carrying the same steady, grounding practicality that had anchored him through every previous revelation of this remarkable and demanding year. "Whis believes so," Izuku confirmed, settling beside her and recounting, with careful and deliberate precision, the unfamiliar signature he'd detected during that afternoon's session, and Whis' own unusual uncertainty regarding its precise origin and implications. Mina absorbed the information with her characteristic thoughtful seriousness, weighing its implications against the considerable and hard-won progress they'd achieved across the preceding 8 months of patient, sustained effort. "Do we know anything else about it yet? Where it's coming from, what it might actually want?" "Not yet," Izuku admitted. "Whis intends to investigate further, drawing on whatever records and knowledge my father's palace maintains regarding this particular category of dimensional signature. I suspect we'll have a clearer picture within the coming weeks." "Then I guess that's our next project," Mina said, and despite the evident weight of yet another significant and unfamiliar challenge emerging just as their current, considerable trial finally approached its conclusion, her tone carried the same fearless, unwavering resolve that had first drawn Izuku's attention in the crowded courtyard of Yue's entrance ceremony, an entire remarkable lifetime ago. "Whatever it turns out to be, we'll figure it out. Same as we've figured out everything else this last year's thrown at us." Izuku drew her close, the familiar warmth of her presence settling, as it always did, some deep and essential part of his considerable and complicated existence into genuine and grounded peace. Whatever new and unfamiliar challenge awaited them beyond the current work's imminent conclusion, he understood, with the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, that he would face it exactly as he had faced everything since first choosing this small and extraordinary world, and the fierce, devoted woman now resting against his shoulder, as his genuine and permanent home. Somewhere far above the ordinary sky of the world he had chosen, in the quiet and luminous solitude of his father's palace, Whis had already begun the careful, methodical work of consulting the considerable archives Beerus had accumulated across 10,000 years of existence, searching for any record or reference that might illuminate the true nature and origin of the unfamiliar signature his young charge had detected. What he would eventually find, in the weeks that followed, would prove to carry implications considerably more significant than even his own considerable experience had initially anticipated, the first faint indication of a conflict that would draw Izuku Midoriya into a corner of the multiverse considerably older, stranger, and more dangerous than anything his considerable trials on Earth had yet required him to navigate. But that discovery, and the considerable challenges it would ultimately demand of both Izuku and the fierce, devoted circle of friends and allies who had stood beside him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, remained, for now, still patiently waiting in the quiet and unexplored corners of a universe considerably vaster and stranger than even a god of destruction's heir had yet fully come to understand. For now, the boundary held, gradually and genuinely healing beneath his patient and sustained attention. For now, the world he had chosen slept peacefully beneath a sky he understood more intimately than any mortal astronomer ever could, unaware of both the considerable victory so recently won on its behalf, and the new and unfamiliar mystery already beginning to gather at the far edges of its guardian's ever-expanding awareness. Act 8, The Threshold Beyond. Chapter 40, The Signature Beyond. Whis returned from his considerable and extended research into the unfamiliar signature nearly 3 weeks after Izuku first detected its faint presence, his usual serene composure carrying an unmistakable and unusual gravity as he requested an urgent audience through the passage connecting Earth to Beerus's palace. "I've found what I believe is the answer," he said, once Izuku and Mina had settled before him in the quiet privacy of their apartment, Whis having chosen to deliver his findings directly on Earth rather than requiring their journey to the palace, an unusual courtesy that underscored the evident seriousness of what he'd come to share. "Though I confess, the answer troubles me considerably more than I anticipated when I first began this particular investigation." "Tell us," Izuku said, his tone carrying quiet, focused readiness for whatever news Wis's careful research had ultimately uncovered. "There exists, at the furthest and most ancient reaches of the broader multiverse, an entity that predates even the current era of gods of destruction," Whis began, his careful, measured tone carrying the weight of considerable and troubling history. "Your father's own records, and the considerably older archives maintained by the Grand Priest, refer to it only as the Devourer, a being that consumes entire universes, not merely worlds or dimensions, but the complete and total fabric of reality itself, leaving nothing behind but silent, absolute void where countless trillions of lives once flourished." The revelation, delivered with Wis's characteristic careful precision, settled into the room's quiet atmosphere with unmistakable and considerable weight, Mina's hand finding Izuku's with the same instinctive, grounding gesture that had anchored them both through every previous crisis of their remarkable shared history. "You believe this devourer is connected to the signature I detected," Izuku said, working through the implications with careful, focused attention. "I believe it's considerably more than merely connected," Whis confirmed. "The signature you detected carries the unmistakable resonance of a universe already claimed, its fundamental fabric consumed and repurposed to extend the Devourer's reach toward new and unexplored territory. I believe, Izuku, that the Devourer has set its considerable and ancient attention toward this particular cluster of interconnected realities, your own world, the world of Gojo and his fellow sorcerers, and likely several others besides, all of which exist in unusually close dimensional proximity given the boundary weakening your own presence originally introduced. How many universes has this thing already consumed?" Mina asked, her voice carrying genuine and considerable alarm despite her characteristic steady composure. Whis considered the question with evident and unusual reluctance before responding. "The archives are incomplete, given the sheer scope of time across which the Devourer has operated. But the most conservative estimate suggests dozens of complete universes, entire realities as vast and populated as your own, reduced to absolute nothing across the considerable span of its ancient and patient predation. The scale of the revelation, considerably beyond anything even Izuku's previous confrontations with existential threats had prepared him to immediately process, settled into the room's quiet atmosphere with a weight that momentarily rendered even his usual careful composure uncertain. "Has anyone ever successfully stopped it?" he asked finally, his voice carrying quiet, determined focus despite the considerable and unsettling scope of what Whis had just described. "Rarely," Whis admitted. "And never through the effort of a single world or a single being acting alone, however considerable that being's power might prove. The few historical instances where the Devourer's advance was successfully halted, at least temporarily, involved coordinated alliances spanning multiple universes, drawing on the combined strength and expertise of numerous worlds working in genuine and sustained partnership." "Then that's what we'll need to build," Izuku said, his tone carrying the same absolute and unshakable resolve that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence. "A coalition considerably larger than the alliance we forged with Gojo's world. If the Devourer genuinely threatens this entire cluster of interconnected realities, we'll need every available ally we can possibly gather." Whis studied him for a long, considering moment, his characteristic serene composure carrying genuine and evident respect for the resolve Izuku had immediately settled into despite the considerable and unprecedented scale of the threat now confirmed before them. "Your father will likely wish to be directly involved in this particular confrontation," he said. "The Devourer represents precisely the category of threat that falls within a god of destruction's fundamental responsibility to address, and I suspect Beerus will not take kindly to the prospect of such a being threatening a cluster of realities that includes his own son's chosen home." "Then let's speak with him," Izuku said. "And with Gojo, and with whatever other allies and resources this considerable confrontation ultimately requires. If we have any hope of successfully countering a threat of this scope, we'll need to begin our preparation immediately, and with the fullest possible understanding of exactly what we're preparing to face." The following weeks unfolded with an intensity of diplomatic coordination and careful, expanding alliance building that dwarfed even the considerable partnership Izuku had previously forged with Gojo's world, Whis's careful research gradually revealing the broader scope of interconnected realities now confirmed to exist within the Devourer's expanding and patient reach. Beerus himself, upon receiving Whis's detailed briefing, arrived on Earth in person for the first time since Izuku's wedding, his gruff, formidable presence carrying an unmistakable and considerable gravity that reflected the genuine severity of the threat now confirmed to be gathering against everything his son had spent years building. "This is not a threat I intend to leave entirely in your hands," he told Izuku, his crimson eyes carrying the same fierce, protective intensity that had characterized his own considerable reputation across 10,000 years of existence. "Whatever confidence I have in your considerable power and growing wisdom, the Devourer has ended gods of destruction before, beings with power and experience considerably exceeding your own. I will not stand idle while something of that scope threatens my son, and the world he has chosen to call home." "I wouldn't ask you to," Izuku said, meeting his father's gaze with the same quiet, unwavering resolve that had defined their entire complicated but genuinely loving relationship since his earliest years of training beneath Beerus's exacting tutelage. "This confrontation will demand every available resource, every ally we can possibly gather. I have no intention of facing it with false pride about handling it alone." Beerus studied him for a long, considering moment, something that might, on his gruff and formidable features, have qualified as genuine and evident pride settling into his expression. "Good," he said finally. "You've learned considerably more wisdom than I expected, across your years on this small and remarkable world. Let's begin the work of building whatever coalition proves necessary to ensure the Devourer finds this particular cluster of realities considerably more difficult to consume than its previous, uncounted conquests." Chapter 41, Gathering the Realities. The coalition building that followed occupied the better part of 2 months, Whis's careful, patient diplomacy opening passages to a series of worlds that Izuku and Mina had never previously known existed. each visit revealing new and remarkable allies whose own particular expertise and power gradually assembled into a coalition considerably more formidable than anything Earth alone could ever have hoped to muster against a threat of the Devourer's ancient and terrible scope. Their first stop beyond Gojo's already allied world carried them to a realm of vast elemental power and ancient ninja tradition, where a coalition of 5 great villages, having only recently concluded their own considerable history of internal conflict, agreed, after careful and occasionally tense negotiation, to commit a delegation of their most formidable shinobi toward the growing multiversal effort. Your world situation mirrors challenges we've faced before, on a smaller scale, their delegation's leader observed, a scarred and weathered veteran whose own considerable reputation across his world's turbulent history lent his careful assessment particular weight. An enemy that threatens everyone equally tends to remind even old rivals why cooperation matters more than old grudges. We'll send our best. This devourer sounds like exactly the kind of threat that doesn't respect village borders, or dimensional ones either, apparently. From there, Whis' careful diplomatic passages carried them to a realm of soul reapers and spiritual combat, where a captain of considerable rank and formidable technique, upon hearing Whis' careful account of the Devourer's ancient and terrible history, offered his own world's support with the particular grim resolve of someone well accustomed to confronting existential threats to the fundamental balance of souls and spirits. "We fought entities that threatened to unmake the natural order before," he said, his considerable and refined blade resting easily at his side even during their careful diplomatic exchange. "Something that consumes entire universes sounds like precisely the category of threat our particular expertise was developed to counter. You'll have our support, and our most capable captains alongside it." A realm of magical guilds and elemental power offered its own considerable and enthusiastic support, an energetic and fiercely loyal community of mages whose particular brand of found family camaraderie reminded Izuku, in its own way, of the genuine bonds he'd built with Class 1A across his years at UA. "We protect our own, and anyone else who needs protecting," their guild's boisterous and formidable master declared, his considerable enthusiasm carrying genuine and evident sincerity despite its exuberant delivery. This devourer doesn't sound like the kind of thing that cares about dimensional boundaries when it comes to picking targets. "Count us in. We'll bring everything we've got." A realm governed by ancient magical orders and elemental grimoires, a realm where alchemical science and equivalent exchange shaped an entire civilization's fundamental understanding of power and consequence, and a realm where demon-slaying warriors wielded blades imbued with elemental breathing techniques against ancient, blood-hungry threats. Each in turn offered their own considerable and hard-won expertise toward the growing multiversal coalition, Whis' careful diplomatic efforts gradually assembling a partnership of unprecedented scope and diversity. "I've never seen anything quite like this," Gojo observed, joining Izuku for a rare quiet moment amid the considerable and ongoing diplomatic effort, the two of them watching representatives from no fewer than 7 distinct realities coordinate logistics for an upcoming joint training exercise. A coalition spanning this many separate worlds, all working together toward a single, shared purpose. "Whatever else comes from this whole mess, I think we're building something genuinely unprecedented here." "I hope it proves sufficient," Izuku admitted, his tone carrying the particular weight of genuine uncertainty that had become, across the preceding weeks of sobering revelation, an increasingly familiar companion to his usual careful confidence. The scope of what Whis has described remains difficult to fully internalize, even having witnessed the considerable power each of these allied realities brings to our coalition. "That's probably a healthy amount of uncertainty to be carrying, honestly," Gojo said, his characteristic easy confidence tempered by genuine and evident seriousness. "Anyone who claims total confidence facing something on the Devourer scale either doesn't understand what we're actually up against, or is lying to themselves about it. I'd rather work alongside someone who takes the threat seriously than someone who's convinced their own hype." Mina, coordinating logistics for the growing coalition's considerable training requirements alongside representatives from several allied worlds, found herself developing her own particular and valuable role within the unprecedented alliance, her natural talent for bridging unfamiliar divides and building genuine connection proving as valuable to the coalition's cohesion as any individual combat capability. "You're good at this," observed a fierce, orange-haired mage from the guild-based realm, watching Mina navigate a particularly delicate negotiation between two allied delegations whose respective approaches to combat coordination had initially clashed. Getting everyone to actually work together instead of just tolerating each other. That's a rare skill, even among people who've spent years building alliances. I've had good practice, Mina said, a genuine and warm smile crossing her features despite the considerable pressure of their ongoing preparation. Turns out marrying a literal god who spent his whole childhood isolated from genuine connection teaches you a lot about building bridges between people who don't automatically trust each other. The coalition's considerable and ongoing preparation, unfolding across training grounds specially arranged by Whiss's careful logistical coordination, gradually built toward a level of combined readiness that even Beerus, watching the assembled might of 8 distinct realities work through increasingly sophisticated joint exercises, found himself genuinely and reluctantly impressed by. Your mother would be proud, he told Izuku one evening, the two of them observing a particularly impressive coordinated exercise involving delegates from nearly every allied world simultaneously. Building something like this, genuine cooperation across worlds that would otherwise have no reason to ever encounter one another. I confess I never expected my own heir to become quite this skilled at the kind of diplomatic work I've spent 10,000 years actively avoiding. I learned it from watching you and mother, in my own way, Izuku said, a faint and genuine warmth entering his tone despite the considerable gravity of their ongoing preparation. You built something worth protecting too, in your own considerable fashion. I simply learned to apply that same principle on a somewhat larger scale. As the weeks of coalition building gradually approached their conclusion, Whis delivered one final and considerable piece of concerning news, gathered through his continued and careful monitoring of the Devourer's patient, ancient advance. It's accelerating, he reported during a final planning session that brought together representatives from every allied reality. Whatever caution or patience has historically characterized its approach toward new territory appears to be diminishing. I believe, based on the pattern of its advance, that we have perhaps 2 months, possibly less, before it makes its full and direct move against this cluster of realities. The revelation, settling into the assembled coalition's considerable preparation with renewed and urgent weight, marked the beginning of the confrontation's final and most demanding phase. Every allied world now racing against a rapidly diminishing timeline to ensure their combined and coordinated strength proved genuinely sufficient to counter a threat that had, across countless millennia, consumed dozens of universes without ever once encountering a coalition capable of successfully halting its ancient and terrible advance. Chapter 42, The Eve of Everything. The final weeks before the Devourer's anticipated arrival unfolded with an intensity of preparation that tested every resource the assembled coalition of 9 worlds could collectively muster, Whiss's careful oversight coordinating a training and strategic planning effort of unprecedented scope and complexity. Izuku found himself, throughout this demanding period, splitting his considerable attention between coordinating the coalition's broader strategic planning and ensuring his own personal readiness matched the extraordinary scale of what their combined intelligence suggested awaited them. He trained alongside Gojo and the shinobi delegation's most formidable representatives, exchanged technique and strategy with the Soul Reaper captains and the fierce mages of the guild-based realm, and absorbed, with careful and methodical attention, every insight the alchemists and demon slayers of their newest allied realities could offer regarding categories of threat that operated on principles considerably different from his own instinctive, divine approach to combat. You're trying to become an expert in everyone's discipline simultaneously, Mina observed one evening, finding him deep in study of a considerable stack of tactical notes gathered from across their entire coalition. That's not really sustainable, Izuku. Not even for you. I know, he admitted, setting the notes aside with evident and genuine fatigue. But the scope of what we're preparing to face makes it difficult to feel adequately prepared, regardless of how much additional study I manage to absorb. Mina settled beside him, her presence carrying the same grounding, steady warmth that had anchored him through every previous trial of their remarkable and considerable shared history. You don't have to become an expert in everything alone. That's the whole point of building this coalition, right? You don't have to carry the entire weight by yourself anymore. Trust everyone else to handle their own piece of this, the same way they're trusting you to handle yours. The reminder, offered with the same fierce and grounded wisdom that had characterized her influence on his emotional growth across their entire considerable partnership, settled some of the anxious weight that had been building in Izuku's chest throughout the coalition's demanding preparation. "You're right," he said finally. "I've grown so accustomed to being this world's primary line of defense that I think I've struggled to fully internalize what it actually means to share that burden with genuine allies, rather than simply directing their support toward my own singular effort." "Then maybe that's the real lesson this whole ordeal is teaching you," Mina said, a soft and genuine smile crossing her features despite the considerable gravity of their circumstances. "Not just how to fight something on this scale, but how to actually be part of something bigger than just you, even after all these years of being everyone's go-to solution for every crisis." Their quiet evening together, one of the last such moments of genuine calm before the coalition's careful preparation reached its final and most demanding phase, offered both of them a cherished reminder of the considerable and hard-won foundation their remarkable partnership had built across the years since Izuku first arrived on Earth as a distant, unmoved observer. The following weeks brought a series of increasingly sophisticated joint exercises, the assembled coalition of 9 worlds gradually developing genuine and coordinated battle tactics designed to leverage each reality's particular strengths against whatever the Devourer's ancient and terrible advance ultimately presented. Yuji and Kirishima, whose own considerable friendship had continued deepening across the preceding months, developed a particularly effective combined technique that drew on both their considerable physical capability and Yuji's growing mastery of cursed energy manipulation. The shinobi delegation's coordinated elemental techniques found unexpected and powerful synergy with the guild mage's own considerable magical repertoire, while the Soul Reaper captains and demon-slaying warriors, both accustomed to confronting supernatural threats through refined blade work, developed shared tactical approaches that considerably strengthened the coalition's overall combat cohesion. "This is actually working," Gojo observed during one particularly successful joint exercise, watching representatives from 6 different realities execute a complex, coordinated maneuver with genuine and impressive precision. "I honestly wasn't sure, when we first started this whole process, that we'd manage to build something this cohesive in the time we had available. But everyone's really stepped up. Necessity has a way of accelerating even the most difficult kinds of cooperation," Izuku observed, watching the exercise's successful conclusion with genuine and considerable pride. "Though I suspect we'll need every bit of this cohesion, and considerably more besides, when the actual confrontation finally arrives." Whisa's continued monitoring of the Devourer's advance, meanwhile, provided the coalition with an increasingly precise understanding of when and how the entity's arrival would likely unfold, his careful analysis suggesting a coordinated, multi-point manifestation across several of the coalition's allied realities simultaneously, a strategy designed, Whis theorized, to prevent any single world's defenders from providing meaningful support to their neighboring realities. "It intends to divide us," Beerus observed during a final strategic briefing, his considerable and ancient experience lending particular weight to his tactical assessment. "Attack multiple points simultaneously, ensure no single reality's defenders can meaningfully reinforce another." That's precisely the kind of strategy that has allowed it to consume so many previous universes without ever facing genuinely unified resistance. "Then we'll need our own strategy for maintaining unified support, even across simultaneous, separated confrontations," Izuku said, working through the tactical implications with careful, focused precision. "Whis, is there any possibility of establishing rapid transit between our various worlds during the confrontation itself, allowing us to reinforce whichever point faces the most severe pressure?" Whis considered the question with evident and careful attention before responding. "It would require considerable and sustained effort on my part, maintaining multiple simultaneous passages across 9 separate realities while the confrontation itself unfolds. But I believe it's achievable, provided I dedicate my full attention to exactly that task throughout the battle's duration, rather than participating in the direct combat myself." "Then that's precisely what we'll need from you," Izuku said, his tone carrying the same absolute and unshakable resolve that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence. "A coordinated, mobile defense, capable of reinforcing whichever front proves most critical, rather than 9 separate and isolated confrontations that the Devourer could pick apart one at a time." The strategy, refined and rehearsed across the coalition's final weeks of preparation, represented their best and most considered response to the ancient and terrible threat now confirmed to be approaching their combined cluster of realities, every allied world's particular strength woven into a coordinated defense that Izuku found himself, despite the considerable gravity of what still lay ahead, genuinely and cautiously confident in. As the coalition's preparation reached its final days, Izuku gathered with Mina, his father, and the assembled leaders of every allied reality for one final strategic council, the weight of their considerable and unprecedented undertaking settling fully into the gathered assembly's focused and determined attention. Whatever happens when the Devourer finally arrives, Izuku said, addressing the assembled coalition with the same quiet, absolute conviction that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, I want each of you to know how genuinely grateful I am for the willingness you've all shown to stand together against a threat that, by every reasonable measure, exceeds what any single one of our worlds could hope to face alone. Whatever the outcome of the confrontation ahead, we face it together, as something considerably stronger than any of us could have built in isolation. The assembled leaders, representing the combined strength and hard-won wisdom of 9 entire realities, met his words with quiet and determined resolve, the considerable weight of their shared undertaking settling into a unified purpose that would, in the days ahead, face its ultimate and most demanding test against a threat that had, across countless millennia, never once encountered resistance capable of matching its own ancient and terrible scope. Chapter 43, First Contact. The Devourer's advance scouts arrived 3 days ahead of Whisa's most conservative projection, a development that sent the coalition's carefully rehearsed response protocols into immediate and urgent activation across all 9 allied realities simultaneously. Izuku felt the first manifestation the instant it began, a tearing, resonant wrongness considerably more vast and ancient than anything even the ancient calamity he'd confronted months earlier had prepared him to immediately process, and he was moving within seconds, Whisa's carefully maintained passage already opening to carry him toward the specific point of manifestation the coalition's distributed sensor network, built from the combined technical expertise of all 9 allied worlds, had identified as the confrontation's initial front. It's manifesting across 3 separate points simultaneously, Whis reported through the coordinated communication network the coalition had spent weeks carefully establishing, his usual serene composure carrying evident and focused urgency. Your world, the shinobi realm, and the guild-based realm of mages. Precisely the distributed strategy we anticipated. Understood, Izuku replied, already crossing the distance toward Earth's own manifestation point with the same effortless, divine speed that had carried him through every previous crisis of his remarkable existence. Coordinate reinforcement based on whichever front proves most critical. I'll hold this position until additional support becomes available. What emerged from the tear above Muzidafu's skyline carried a scale and presence that dwarfed even the ancient calamity Izuku had confronted alongside Gojo and their combined coalition months earlier, a vast, writhing mass of absolute and consuming darkness that seemed to devour not merely light and warmth, but the very concept of existence itself, leaving behind, in the wake of its passage, nothing but silent and absolute void where reality had previously held firm. This is merely a scouting manifestation, came a voice from within that consuming darkness, ancient and resonant in a manner that made even the ancient calamity's own considerable presence feel, by comparison, almost intimate and familiar. The Devourer itself has not yet deigned to fully manifest within your particular cluster of realities. I am simply an extension, sent to assess the scope of resistance you've assembled before the true and complete consumption begins. Then you'll have ample opportunity to report back exactly how formidable that resistance actually proves to be, Izuku replied, the familiar violet energy of his considerable power gathering with practiced, focused precision, refined now by months of intensive coalition training into something considerably more sophisticated than his earlier, more instinctual applications of the same fundamental strength. The Scouts' assault, when it came, tested every lesson Izuku's considerable and varied training had provided across the preceding year, its attacks carrying a fundamental wrongness that resisted even his refined understanding of curse-based combat, an entity that seemed to exist at some deeper and more fundamental level of reality than even the ancient calamity's considerable power had operated from. Mina, arriving alongside a contingent of Class 1A and several allied representatives moments after the confrontation began, moved immediately to support the coalition's coordinated defense, her own developed technique deploying alongside the combined expertise of heroes, sorcerers, and warriors drawn from across their considerable and unprecedented alliance. The reports from the other fronts are coming in, she called out, coordinating the communication network's steady flow of tactical information even as she supported Izuku's direct engagement with practiced, focused precision. The shinobi realms holding steady, but the guild worlds requesting reinforcement. Their fronts proving considerably more difficult than anticipated. Redirect available support toward the guild realm, Izuku called out, maintaining his own focused engagement against the scouts' considerable and unfamiliar assault. I can hold this front independently for now. The battle that followed unfolded across the better part of an hour, Izuku's considerable and refined technique gradually, incrementally overwhelming the scouts' fundamental resistance even as reports from the coalition's other simultaneous fronts continued filtering through their carefully coordinated communication network. Each allied world's defenders facing their own particular and demanding confrontation against the Devourer's patient, distributed scouting effort. You resist with considerably more coordination than the Devourer's previous targets typically manage, the scout observed, its vast and consuming form gradually fracturing under the sustained weight of Izuku's focused assault. Perhaps this particular cluster of realities will provide a marginally more interesting consumption than most. The Devourer does so appreciate genuine resistance, before it inevitably proves insufficient. You'll find our resistance considerably more than marginal, Izuku replied, his final and decisive strike gathering with the same absolute finality that had once erased the Nomu, all for one, and the ancient calamity that had first drawn their coalition together. Hakai. The scout's consuming, ancient form finally, completely unraveled under the combined weight of Izuku's refined technique, its dissolution carrying none of the clean, immediate finality that had characterized his earlier confrontations, instead fragmenting slowly and reluctantly, as though even this partial extension of the Devourer's ancient and terrible power resisted erasure with a fundamental stubbornness that Izuku's considerable technique had never previously encountered. As the scout's presence finally, fully dissolved, Whisa's voice carried through the coordinated communication network with evident and considerable relief. All three fronts report successful resolution. The scouting manifestations have been repelled across every point of contact. The victory, hard-won and genuinely significant given the considerable and unfamiliar scale of the threat they just confronted, offered the assembled coalition a crucial and valuable proof of concept regarding their carefully rehearsed strategy of coordinated, distributed defense. But even as the celebration of that hard-won success began settling across the coalition's various allied realities, Izuku found himself surveying the considerable damage the brief confrontation had already inflicted on Muzutafu's familiar skyline, keenly aware that what they just faced represented only the barest fraction of the true and considerable threat still gathering beyond their combined defenses. That was merely a scout, he said quietly to Mina, once the immediate confrontation's chaos had finally settled into careful, methodical assessment of the considerable damage and casualties across all three simultaneous fronts. If a single extension of the Devourer's power proved this demanding to overcome, even with our combined coalition's considerable strength, I confess I find myself genuinely uncertain how thoroughly our preparation has actually readied us for its full and complete arrival. Mina's hand found his, her grip carrying the same fierce, unwavering support that had anchored him through every previous escalation of their considerable shared history. We just proved our strategy works, though, she said. That's not nothing, Izuku. We held three separate fronts simultaneously, coordinated reinforcement exactly like we planned, and came out the other side with everyone still standing. Whatever comes next, I think we've got a genuinely solid foundation to build on. I hope you're right, Izuku said, his gaze drifting toward the considerable and lingering damage still visible across the city's familiar skyline, a stark and sobering reminder of exactly how much more devastating the true and complete confrontation ahead was likely to prove, once the Devourer itself finally chose to fully manifest within their combined and considerable cluster of interconnected realities. Chapter 44, The True Arrival Approaches. The days following the coalition's successful repulsion of the Devourer's scouting manifestations brought a mixture of hard-won relief and sobering, renewed urgency, Whisa's continued monitoring confirming what Izuku's own instinctive unease had already suggested. The scouting confrontation, however demanding it had proven in practice, represented only the barest preliminary probe ahead of a considerably more significant and complete arrival. The Devourer has withdrawn its scouting extensions entirely, was reported during an emergency coalition briefing held within days of the initial confrontation, his careful analysis carrying renewed and evident gravity. Based on the pattern of its previous conquests, I believe this withdrawal indicates it has gathered sufficient intelligence regarding our coalition's capabilities, and intends to proceed directly toward a full and complete manifestation, rather than continuing the more gradual, probing approach it initially favored. How long do we have? Beerus asked, his considerable and ancient experience carrying particular weight in a briefing that had, across the preceding weeks, come to rely increasingly on his own hard-won wisdom regarding threats of genuinely cosmic scale. Difficult to say with precision, Whis admitted. But if the pattern holds consistent with historical precedent, I would estimate somewhere between 2 and 4 weeks before its complete and unified arrival across our combined cluster of realities. The revelation, settling into the assembled coalition's careful and ongoing preparation with renewed and considerable weight, prompted an immediate and urgent acceleration of their final strategic preparations, every allied world's leadership recognizing the narrow and rapidly diminishing window remaining before the true and decisive confrontation would finally, inevitably arrive. Izuku spent the following days in careful and exhaustive consultation with representatives from across their entire coalition, refining tactical strategies based on the hard-won lessons of their initial scouting confrontation, ensuring every allied world's particular strength had been properly integrated into a unified and coordinated response capable of matching whatever the Devourer's full and complete manifestation ultimately presented. We learned a great deal from that first engagement, Gojo observed during one such consultation, reviewing the considerable tactical data gathered from all 3 simultaneous fronts. The Devourer's fundamental resistance to conventional erasure techniques, even yours, suggests we're dealing with something that operates on principles considerably more fundamental than even curse-based existence. I've been consulting with some of the more theoretically minded sorcerers back at Jujutsu High, and we think we might have identified an approach that could prove more effective. Tell me, Izuku said, his focused attention carrying the same careful, methodical precision he applied to every significant tactical consideration. Rather than attempting to erase the Devourer's manifestation directly, the way you've successfully countered every previous threat you've faced, Gojo explained, we think a coordinated approach, combining your own considerable erasure capability with the specific expertise each allied world brings to bear, might prove more effective. The alchemist's understanding of fundamental exchange and conservation, the shinobi's mastery of sealing techniques, our own world's understanding of domain expansion and curse technique, all combined into a single, coordinated assault designed to simultaneously counter every dimension of the Devourer's considerable and ancient power. The strategy, ambitious and considerably more complex than anything the coalition had previously attempted, occupied the remaining weeks of their preparation with intensive, coordinated rehearsal. Representatives from every allied reality working in increasingly precise and practiced concert to develop a combined technique capable of matching the full and terrible scope of what still approached their combined cluster of realities. Mina, throughout this demanding final phase of preparation, continued her own considerable and valuable work coordinating the coalition's broader logistics and morale, her natural gift for building genuine connection across their diverse and unprecedented alliance proving as essential to their collective readiness as any individual tactical or combat capability. Everyone's scared, she admitted to Izuku one evening, the two of them sharing a rare quiet moment amid the coalition's demanding final preparations. Not just our world, but everyone. I've been talking to people from all 9 realities this past week, and there's this same, underlying fear running through basically everyone, wondering if we're actually going to be enough when this thing finally shows up in full. Are you frightened as well? Izuku asked, studying her with the same quiet, careful attention he brought to every aspect of her well-being. Of course I am, Mina said, her characteristic honesty carrying genuine and evident vulnerability despite her usual fierce composure. But I've also spent the last few months watching an alliance of 9 entire worlds come together and actually work, genuinely and effectively, towards something bigger than any of us could manage alone. That's not nothing, Izuku. Whatever fear I'm carrying, I've also got real, genuine hope, watching what we've all managed to build together. The sentiment, echoed in various forms across the coalition's considerable and diverse membership as their final weeks of preparation drew toward their inevitable conclusion, settled into the assembled alliance's collective resolve with genuine and hard-won weight, every allied world's defenders drawing strength from the unprecedented partnership they'd built together, even as the considerable and ancient threat that had first drawn them into unified purpose continued its patient, inexorable approach. On the evening marking what Whiss's careful calculations suggested was likely the final week before the Devourer's complete and inevitable arrival, Izuku gathered with Mina, his parents, and the assembled leadership of every allied reality for one final, comprehensive strategic council. The considerable weight of their unprecedented undertaking settling fully into focused and determined preparation for whatever the confrontation ahead ultimately demanded of them all. Whatever happens in the days ahead, Izuku said, addressing the assembled coalition with the same quiet, absolute conviction that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable and unprecedented existence, I want every one of you to understand that the alliance we've built together, across 9 separate worlds that would otherwise have had no reason to ever encounter one another, represents something genuinely unprecedented in the considerable and ancient history of the Devourer's conquest. No coalition of this scope and coordination has ever previously stood against it. Whatever the outcome of the confrontation ahead, we face it as something the Devourer has never once encountered across its entire, ancient, and terrible history of consumption. The assembled leaders, representing the combined strength and hard-won wisdom of 9 entire realities, met his words with quiet, determined resolve, their considerable and unprecedented alliance now standing at the very edge of its ultimate and most demanding test, a confrontation that would, in the days ahead, determine not merely the fate of a single world, but the continued existence of an entire interconnected cluster of realities that had, against every previous pattern of the Devourers' ancient and terrible conquest, chosen to stand together rather than fall separately. The true and complete arrival, when it finally came, would test every lesson their considerable and unprecedented coalition had learned across months of careful preparation, and would demand, from Izuku Midoriya and every ally who had chosen to stand beside him, a sacrifice and resolve that would prove, in the confrontation's final and decisive moments, considerably more significant than anything even their most careful preparation had fully anticipated. Chapter 45, What We Choose to Carry. In the final days before the Devourer's anticipated arrival, Izuku found himself drawn, almost instinctively, back to the small observatory deck where his relationship with Mina had first deepened into something neither of them had fully anticipated, all those years and lifetimes ago, back when the greatest danger either of them imagined facing involved little more than villain attacks and institutional caution. "You keep coming back here," Mina observed, joining him on the familiar deck as the evening settled fully into night, the same telescope they'd once shared during their earliest days together still positioned toward the vast and star-strewn sky above. "Every time something big's about to happen. I've noticed the pattern. It grounds me," Izuku admitted, his gaze fixed on the distant, familiar stars he understood, after all his years and travels, far more intimately than any mortal astronomer ever could. A reminder of where all of this actually began. A quiet evening, an ordinary telescope, and a girl who refused to be intimidated by my careful, guarded distance. Mina settled beside him, her presence carrying the same steady, familiar warmth that had anchored him through every previous trial of their remarkable and considerable shared existence. "Are you ready for what's coming?" "I don't know that anyone could genuinely claim readiness for something on this scale," Izuku admitted, his honesty carrying the particular vulnerability he'd learned, across their years together, to no longer fear sharing with her. "But I've done everything within my power to prepare, and I've built something, this past year, that I never anticipated finding possible when I first understood the true scope of what we were facing. A coalition of 9 worlds, genuine allies drawn from realities I never knew existed, all standing together against a threat that has, across countless millennia, never once encountered resistance capable of matching its own ancient and terrible scope." "That's not nothing," Mina said, echoing the same reassurance she'd offered him at the outset of this considerable and demanding journey. "Whatever happens, you didn't face this alone. You built something bigger than any of us could have imagined, back when this whole thing started with a weird feeling during dinner." Izuku turned to study her, the same fierce and unwavering woman who had first taught him what it meant to genuinely belong somewhere, to someone, rather than simply existing as a distant and unmoved observer of a world he'd once considered beneath his notice. "Whatever happens in the days ahead," he said quietly, "I want you to know that everything I built, this coalition, this considerable alliance spanning 9 separate worlds, all of it exists because of the lesson you first taught me, years ago, in a crowded courtyard neither of us fully appreciated the significance of at the time. That fearless conviction of yours, refusing to let power or distance stop you from genuine connection. I've spent my entire existence since then trying to honor that lesson, in whatever way circumstances demanded. Mina's eyes carried genuine and considerable emotion at the admission, her hand finding his with the same fierce, grounding certainty that had anchored their entire remarkable partnership since its earliest, most uncertain beginnings. I love you, she said simply. Whatever happens next, whatever this devourer thing actually turns out to be capable of, I need you to know that. Completely, and without reservation, exactly the same as I've felt since the very beginning. And I love you, Izuku replied, gathering her close against the evening's gathering chill, more completely than I ever believed myself capable of feeling, before this small and remarkable world taught me otherwise. They remained together on that familiar deck for a long while, the stars above carrying their same ancient, indifferent light, entirely unaware of the considerable and unprecedented alliance now standing at the very edge of its ultimate and most demanding test, or of the fierce and unwavering love that had, across years of hard-won partnership, transformed a distant and solitary god into something considerably more meaningful, a guardian who understood, with absolute and unshakable clarity, exactly what he was fighting to protect, and exactly why that fight, however overwhelming its scale, remained genuinely and completely worth every sacrifice it demanded. The following morning, Wissa's careful monitoring confirmed what the entire coalition had spent months preparing to face. The Devourer's ancient and terrible presence had begun its final, complete manifestation, a scale of arrival that dwarfed even the considerable scouting confrontation they'd successfully repelled weeks earlier. It's beginning, Wiss reported, his usual serene composure carrying evident and considerable gravity as the coalition's carefully rehearsed response protocols activated across all 9 allied realities simultaneously. Every ally, every world, needs to be in position within the hour. This is no longer a matter of preparation, Izuku. The confrontation your considerable alliance has spent months building toward has finally, truly arrived. Izuku met the news with the same quiet, absolute resolve that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable and unprecedented existence, Mina steady and unwavering at his side, the considerable weight of 9 entire worlds combined hope and preparation now settling fully into the confrontation that would determine, in the hours and days ahead, whether their unprecedented alliance had genuinely built something capable of finally, truly halting the Devourer's ancient and terrible advance, or whether they would join the countless previous realities whose own considerable resistance had, across the entity's long and patient history of conquest, ultimately proven insufficient. Then let's go meet it, he said, his voice carrying the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had defined every significant choice of his remarkable existence since first arriving on this small and extraordinary world. Together, exactly as we prepared. Whatever comes next, we face it as something the Devourer has never once encountered in its entire, ancient, and terrible history of consumption. A genuine, unified alliance, built not from fear or obligation, but from the same fierce and unwavering love that first taught me what this fight has always truly been about. Mina's hand found his one final time before the coalition's carefully coordinated response fully activated, her grip carrying the same fierce and unwavering support that had anchored him through every previous trial of their remarkable and considerable shared existence. Together, she confirmed, and together, they stepped forward to meet the greatest and most demanding confrontation either of them, or any of their considerable and unprecedented coalition of allies, had ever faced. Chapter 46, 9 Worlds, One Purpose. Across 9 separate realities, in the same suspended and electric moment, the assembled defenders of an unprecedented coalition took their final positions, the considerable weight of months spent in careful preparation now settling into the focused, determined calm that precedes any confrontation of genuinely historic scale. In the shinobi realm, 5 villages that had spent generations locked in intermittent conflict stood shoulder to shoulder along a unified front, their considerable elemental mastery arrayed in careful, coordinated formation. In the guild-based realm of mages, an entire community of fierce and loyal spellcasters gathered beneath their guild's banner, their considerable magical strength bound together by the same found family devotion that had first drawn Izuku's genuine respect. In the realm of soul reapers, captains of formidable rank stood ready alongside their considerable divisions, refined blades catching the strange and shifting light of a sky already beginning to darken beneath the Devourer's approaching and terrible presence. On Earth, Class 1A's graduated members took their positions alongside Gojo's considerable delegation from Jujutsu High, the genuine friendships forged across months of shared training now settling into the same fierce, coordinated resolve that had carried their earlier and considerably smaller coalition through the ancient calamity's own demanding confrontation. "This is it," Kirishima said, his characteristic easy grin tempered by evident and genuine gravity as he took his position beside Yuji, the two friends' considerable combined technique now representing one small but meaningful piece of the coalition's vast and coordinated defense. "Everything we've been training for. We've got this," Yuji replied, his own considerable confidence carrying genuine and hard-won conviction despite the overwhelming scale of what approached. "Whatever this thing turns out to be, it's never faced anything like what we've all built together." Izuku, positioned at the coalition's central and most critical point of anticipated contact, felt the Devourer's full and complete arrival begin with a resonant, world-shaking rawness that dwarfed every previous manifestation he'd confronted across his entire remarkable existence, the very fabric of reality itself seeming to strain and shudder beneath the weight of something ancient and vast beyond easy comprehension. "Whis," he called through the coalition's carefully coordinated communication network, "status across all fronts. All 9 realities confirm the Devourer's manifestation has begun simultaneously," Whis reported, his considerable and sustained effort maintaining the coalition's coordinated passages across all 9 worlds carrying evident strain even through his characteristic serene composure. "This is the true and complete arrival, Izuku. Whatever comes next, there's no more preparation left to be done. Only the confrontation itself." Beerus, positioned alongside his son at the coalition's central front, his own considerable and ancient power radiating with focused, formidable intensity, offered a final and characteristically gruff assessment as the sky above them began to fracture and darken beneath the Devourer's approaching presence. "Whatever happens," he said, his crimson eyes carrying the same fierce, protective intensity that had defined his relationship with Izuku since his earliest years of training, "know that I'm proud of what you've built here. 10,000 years, and I never once managed to forge an alliance of this scope. You've surpassed me, in ways I never anticipated when I first sent you to this small and insignificant planet. I learned it from you and Mother, in my own way," Izuku said, echoing the same sentiment he'd offered weeks earlier during their considerable coalition-building effort. "Whatever I've built here, it exists because you both taught me, in your own particular fashion, that even gods can find something worth protecting completely." The Devourer's full and complete presence fully emerged across all 9 allied realities simultaneously, a scale and horror that defied easy description, ancient beyond measure and radiating an absolute and consuming hunger that made every previous threat Izuku and his considerable coalition had confronted feel, by comparison, like distant and inconsequential memory. "So," came a voice that seemed to emerge simultaneously from every corner of reality itself, ancient and resonant beyond anything even the Devourer's own scouting extension had previously demonstrated. "This is the resistance that dared believe itself capable of halting my advance. 9 worlds, bound together by nothing more than fragile and temporary alliance. I have consumed considerably more formidable defenses than this pale imitation of genuine unity. Then you'll find this particular consumption considerably more difficult than you anticipated," Izuku replied, his voice carrying across the coalition's entire coordinated front with the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had defined every significant confrontation of his remarkable existence. "We are not simply 9 worlds bound by fragile and temporary alliance. We are 9 worlds who chose, freely and completely, to stand together rather than fall separately, bound not by obligation, but by the genuine and unwavering conviction that some things remain worth protecting, regardless of the cost that protection ultimately demands." The Devourer's ancient and terrible presence seemed to pause, briefly, at that declaration, something that might, on a being of its considerable and consuming scale, have qualified as genuine and unfamiliar consideration. "We shall discover, then," it said finally, "whether that conviction proves genuinely sufficient, or whether it simply represents one final, brief flicker of resistance before I add this particular cluster of realities to the countless others I have already consumed across my long and patient existence." The confrontation that would determine the fate of 9 entire worlds, and the considerable and unprecedented alliance that had chosen to stand together against a threat unlike anything any of them had previously faced, finally, truly began. Act 9, The Nine World War. Chapter 47, The Nine World War. The battle that erupted across 9 simultaneous fronts defied every previous category of confrontation. Izuku's remarkable existence had prepared him to categorize the Devourer's ancient and consuming presence, manifesting not as a single, unified entity, but as countless vast extensions, each one a fraction of its considerable and terrible whole, descending upon every allied reality with coordinated, devastating force. On Earth, Izuku found himself locked in direct confrontation with what he could only describe, in the frantic and desperate calculations of active combat, as the Devourer's primary consciousness, a vast and shifting horror that absorbed his considerable Hakai technique with unsettling and fundamental resistance. Each erasure attempt met not with the clean dissolution he'd grown accustomed to, but with a stubborn, ancient persistence that suggested he was confronting something that existed at a level of reality his own considerable power had never previously needed to engage. "It's not working the way it should," he called out through the coalition's coordinated communication network, his voice carrying genuine and unfamiliar strain. "The Hakai is having an effect, but nowhere near what it should against something of this scale." "Then we implement the combined strategy, exactly as planned," Gojo replied, his own considerable technique deploying alongside a contingent of Jujutsu High's most formidable sorcerers, their combined cursed energy manipulation working in careful, practiced concert with the alchemical principles. A delegation from the equivalent exchange realm had spent weeks helping the coalition integrate into their broader tactical approach. Across the shinobi realm, 5 villages' combined elemental mastery met the Devourer's own considerable extension with coordinated, overwhelming force, ancient sealing techniques, refined across generations of hard-won tradition, working to contain and constrain the entity's consuming advance even as its own overwhelming power tested every defense their considerable coalition had assembled. In the guild-based realm, the fierce and loyal mages fought with the same found family devotion that had first drawn Izuku's genuine respect, their combined magical strength holding a critical defensive line even as casualties, the first genuine and painful losses their considerable coalition had suffered since the confrontation began, mounted with sobering and unwelcome frequency. "We're losing ground on the shinobi front," Whis reported, his considerable and sustained effort maintaining the coalition's coordinated passages across all 9 worlds carrying evident and mounting strain. "The Devourer's extension there has proven more resilient than our tactical projections anticipated." "Redirect reinforcement," Izuku called out, even as he maintained his own increasingly demanding confrontation against the primary consciousness's overwhelming and ancient power. "Whatever support can be spared without compromising the other fronts." The battle continued across the following hours with an intensity that tested every lesson the coalition's months of careful preparation had provided, each allied world's defenders drawing on their particular expertise and hard-won resilience to hold their respective fronts against an entity whose ancient and terrible scope had, across countless millennia, never once encountered resistance capable of matching its considerable and consuming power. Mina, fighting alongside Izuku at the coalition's central and most critical front, found her own developed technique tested to its absolute limit, her acid, infused with careful cursed energy manipulation, working in coordinated tandem with Izuku's own increasingly strained assault against the Devourer's primary consciousness. "Izuku, it's adapting," she called out, her tactical observation carrying genuine and mounting alarm. "Whatever you're doing to it, it's learning to counter it faster each time you try." The observation, delivered with the same fierce and grounded practicality that had anchored their entire remarkable partnership, confirmed Izuku's own growing and unsettling suspicion. The Devourer's ancient and considerable intelligence was proving capable of adapting to their coordinated tactics with a speed that threatened to outpace even their most careful and rehearsed strategic planning. "Then we need to change our approach before it fully adapts," he called back, his mind working through the tactical implications with the same careful, methodical precision he applied to every significant challenge, even amid the confrontation's mounting and considerable chaos. "Gojo, the combined technique, we need to implement it now, before this thing learns to counter our individual efforts entirely." The coordinated assault that followed, drawing on the combined expertise of representatives from across their entire 9-world coalition, unfolded with a complexity and precision that pushed every participant to their absolute limit. Izuku's considerable Hakai technique working in careful concert with Gojo's cursed energy mastery, the shinobi's sealing methodology, and principles of fundamental exchange drawn from the alchemical realm's own particular understanding of reality's underlying structure. For one brief and suspended moment, the combined and coordinated assault seemed to genuinely stagger the Devourer's ancient and overwhelming presence, its consuming advance faltering under the weight of a strategy considerably more sophisticated than anything its long and patient history of conquest had previously required it to counter. "It's working," Mina called out, genuine hope entering her voice despite the confrontation's considerable and ongoing exhaustion. "Keep pressing." But even as their combined coalition strategy achieved that hard-won and momentary success, the Devourer's ancient and terrible intelligence adapted once more, its consuming presence shifting and evolving in response to their coordinated assault with a speed and sophistication that suggested, with growing and unsettling clarity, that they were confronting something whose considerable and ancient experience across countless previous conquests had prepared it, ultimately, for exactly this category of coordinated resistance. "This is merely delaying the inevitable," the Devourer's ancient voice resonated across the confrontation's entire coordinated front, carrying an unsettling and evident satisfaction despite the genuine damage their coalition's combined strategy had inflicted. "I have encountered coordinated resistance before, across my long and patient existence. Every alliance, however genuine, eventually fractures under sufficient and sustained pressure. I merely require patience, and the inevitable exhaustion of your considerable but ultimately finite resources." The warning, delivered with unsettling and ancient confidence, settled into the coalition's mounting exhaustion with genuine and considerable weight, the confrontation's first day drawing toward its uncertain conclusion with neither side having achieved the decisive victory their respective strategies had ultimately been designed to secure. Chapter 48, The Cost of Standing Together. The confrontation's second day brought a weariness and strain that tested the coalition's considerable resolve in ways their months of preparation had never fully anticipated, the Devourer's ancient and adaptive intelligence continuing to counter their coordinated strategies with unsettling and consistent effectiveness, each hard-won tactical success met, within hours, by a corresponding adaptation that threatened to erode their alliance's carefully built advantage entirely. "We can't keep matching its adaptation pace indefinitely," Gojo admitted during a brief, exhausted strategic council held in the narrow window of relative calm between the confrontation's continuing waves of assault. "It's had countless millennia to develop this kind of adaptive resilience. We've had months. That math doesn't favor us in a prolonged war of attrition. Then we need a strategy that doesn't rely on prolonged attrition," Izuku said, his own considerable exhaustion evident despite his characteristic careful composure, the sustained demands of the confrontation's continuing intensity testing even his divine reserves in ways few previous trials had required. It was during the confrontation's most desperate hour, as the Devourer's coordinated assault threatened to finally overwhelm the Guild realm's valiant but increasingly strained defensive line, that the coalition suffered its first genuinely devastating loss, one of the Guild's most beloved and formidable senior mages falling in a desperate, sacrificial maneuver that bought his considerable community precious minutes to reinforce their faltering position. The news, relayed through the coalition's coordinated communication network, settled across every allied front with sobering and considerable weight, the abstract cost of their unprecedented war finally, painfully manifesting in genuine and irreplaceable loss. "We're going to lose more people before this is over," Mina said quietly, finding Izuku during a brief lull in the confrontation's relentless intensity, her characteristic fierce composure carrying genuine and evident grief. "Aren't we?" "I don't know," Izuku admitted, the honesty carrying a weight he rarely allowed himself to express even to her. "I want to promise you otherwise, but I won't lie about the genuine cost this confrontation continues to demand of everyone who's chosen to stand with us." The Guild's loss, devastating as it proved to their considerable community's morale, nonetheless galvanized a renewed and fierce determination across their coordinated front, the mages rallying with a desperate, grief-fueled intensity that, combined with reinforcement from the shinobi realm's own considerable elemental mastery, finally succeeded in stabilizing what had, hours earlier, seemed like their coalition's most vulnerable and threatened position. "We're not losing anyone else today," their Guild's formidable master declared, his usual boisterous confidence tempered by genuine and considerable grief, his own considerable magic gathering with renewed and fierce intensity. "Whatever this thing throws at us next, we're holding this line. The renewed resolve, echoing across the coalition's entire coordinated front as news of both the guild's devastating loss and their subsequent, fierce recovery spread through their carefully maintained communication network, offered Izuku a crucial and valuable insight into a dimension of their confrontation his careful tactical planning had perhaps insufficiently accounted for. It's not just about matching its adaptive capability through pure technique, he said, working through the realization with growing and focused clarity during their next strategic council. The Devourer has encountered countless previous alliances, and consumed every one of them eventually. But I don't believe it's ever encountered an alliance bound together by the kind of genuine, personal devotion we've built across these past months. That guild's recovery, after losing someone they genuinely loved, wasn't simply tactical resilience. It was something the Devourer's ancient and calculating intelligence may not fully understand how to counter. You're saying our actual bond, not just our combined technique, might be the thing that actually makes the difference, Mina said, working through the implication with her own characteristic and grounded insight. Precisely, Izuku confirmed. Every previous alliance the Devourer has consumed likely fractured under sufficient pressure because it was built on strategic necessity rather than genuine, personal connection. We've built something different these past months. Genuine friendship, spanning 9 separate worlds. I believe that difference may prove more decisive than any single tactical innovation we've developed. The insight, shared across the coalition's entire coordinated leadership during their following strategic council, prompted a subtle but significant shift in their approach to the confrontation's continuing and demanding second day, every allied world's defenders drawing not merely on their considerable technical preparation, but on the genuine and hard-won bonds of friendship and mutual respect their months of shared preparation had cultivated. Yuji and Kurashima, fighting alongside each other with the same fierce and coordinated devotion that had characterized their friendship since its earliest days of shared training, found their combined technique growing increasingly effective as the confrontation continued, their genuine trust in each other's capability translating into a fluid, intuitive coordination that pure tactical rehearsal alone could never have fully produced. We're actually gaining ground, Kurashima called out during one particularly successful coordinated exchange, genuine and hard-won hope entering his voice despite the confrontation's continuing exhaustion. I think Izuku's onto something. As the confrontation's second day finally drew toward its exhausted conclusion, the coalition found itself, despite the genuine and painful cost their unprecedented alliance had already paid, in a position considerably more stable than the Devourer's earlier, confident prediction of inevitable fracture and exhaustion had anticipated. You've proven more resilient than my previous conquests, the Devourer observed, its ancient voice carrying, for the first time since the confrontation began, an unmistakable and unfamiliar note of genuine surprise. I confess myself curious what particular quality accounts for that unexpected resilience. Genuine devotion, Izuku replied, his exhaustion evident but his resolve carrying the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had defined every significant confrontation of his remarkable existence. Something your ancient and considerable conquest has apparently never once genuinely encountered. The confrontation's third and, both sides now understood with growing and mutual certainty, likely final day approached with the coalition's hard-won resilience tempered by genuine and painful loss, every allied world's defenders drawing on the full and complete measure of their considerable preparation, their hard-won friendship, and their unwavering conviction that some things, however overwhelming the cost, remained genuinely worth protecting to the very end. Chapter 49, The Edge of Everything. The confrontation's third day began with a shift in the Devourer's strategy that none of the coalition's careful tactical planning had adequately anticipated, its countless extensions across all 9 realities suddenly withdrawing from their distributed engagement, consolidating instead into a single, overwhelming assault directed entirely at Earth, and at Izuku himself. It's concentrating everything against you, Whis reported, his voice carrying genuine and considerable alarm as the coalition's careful, distributed strategy suddenly faced an entirely different category of threat. I believe it's concluded that you represent the coalition's essential, unifying element. If it can overwhelm and remove you specifically, it may be calculating that the broader alliance will fracture without your presence anchoring it. The Devourer's full and complete presence, no longer divided across 9 simultaneous fronts, descended upon Muzutafu with a scale and intensity that dwarfed even the confrontation's earlier and already overwhelming engagement, its ancient and consuming power directed entirely toward the singular objective of ending Izuku Midoriya's remarkable and unprecedented resistance once and for all. "Everyone, reinforce Earth immediately," Izuku called out through the coalition's strained communication network, even as he braced against an assault whose overwhelming scale tested every reserve of his considerable divine power. "If it's committing everything here, we need our full combined strength to match it." The response came swiftly, representatives from all 8 other allied realities beginning the coordinated transit. Whis' exhausted but determined effort continued maintaining, even as the Devourer's overwhelming assault pressed Izuku toward a limit he had rarely, in his entire remarkable existence, found himself genuinely approaching. Mina fought at his side with fierce and unwavering determination, her own considerable technique working in desperate, coordinated tandem with his increasingly strained defense, even as the Devourer's overwhelming power gradually, inexorably began to erode the considerable advantage their months of careful preparation had built. "Izuku, you need to fall back," she called out, her voice carrying genuine and mounting alarm as she witnessed the toll the confrontation's overwhelming intensity was visibly extracting from him. "This is too much, even for you." "I can't," he replied, his voice carrying strain that few had ever witnessed from him across his entire considerable existence. "If I retreat, it gains ground against every other front simultaneously. I have to hold this position until reinforcement arrives." The Devourer, sensing the genuine and mounting strain in its primary target's considerable resistance, pressed its overwhelming advantage with renewed and calculating intensity. "You cannot sustain this indefinitely," it observed, its ancient voice carrying unmistakable and confident anticipation. "Whatever considerable power you possess, it remains, ultimately, finite. I have consumed beings of your particular category before, gods who believed their own considerable strength sufficient to indefinitely resist my advance. Every single one, eventually, reached precisely this same limit." Izuku felt the truth of that observation in the growing strain across every dimension of his considerable power, the sustained and overwhelming intensity of the Devourer's concentrated assault testing reserves. He had rarely, in his entire existence, found himself genuinely approaching the limit of. He thought, in that desperate and suspended moment, of every lesson his remarkable journey on Earth had taught him, his father's careful discipline, his mother's insistence on genuine feeling over detached observation, Mina's fearless devotion, the considerable and hard-won friendships that had transformed a distant, unmoved god into something considerably more meaningful. "I'm not fighting this alone," he said, his voice carrying renewed and absolute conviction despite his considerable and mounting exhaustion. "Whatever limit my own power ultimately carries, I have something you've never once encountered across your entire ancient and patient existence. Genuine allies, bound not by obligation, but by choice." As if summoned by that declaration, the coalition's reinforcement finally arrived in full and coordinated force, representatives from all 8 other allied realities converging on Earth with the combined weight of their considerable and hard-won strength, Gojo's cursed technique, the shinobi's elemental mastery, the Soul Reaper's refined spiritual combat, the Guild Mage's fierce and loyal magic, all converging simultaneously against the Devourer's concentrated assault. "You're not facing him alone anymore," Gojo called out, his own considerable technique deploying with renewed and coordinated intensity alongside the combined might of their entire 9-world alliance. "Whatever you were counting on, that math just changed considerably." The combined and coordinated assault that followed, drawing on the full and complete strength of every allied reality's hard-won expertise and genuine devotion, finally began to genuinely stagger the Devourer's ancient and overwhelming presence, its considerable confidence giving way, for the first time since the confrontation began, to something that might, on a being of its ancient and terrible scope, have qualified as genuine and unfamiliar uncertainty. "This is unexpected," it admitted, its ancient voice carrying, for the first time, an unmistakable note of genuine strain. "No previous resistance has managed to coordinate this level of combined and sustained assault." "Then perhaps you're finally beginning to understand exactly what you're actually facing," Izuku replied, drawing on the renewed strength their coalition's combined and coordinated support provided, his own considerable power gathering once more with focused and absolute determination. "Not 9 separate worlds. Not a fragile and temporary alliance. A single, unified purpose, bound by genuine devotion that your ancient and calculating existence has never once encountered in all your countless millennia of conquest. The confrontation's final and most decisive phase, the moment that would determine, once and for all, whether their unprecedented coalition's genuine devotion truly proved sufficient to halt an entity that had consumed dozens of universes without ever once encountering resistance capable of matching its ancient and terrible scope, finally, truly began. Chapter 50, What Remains to Face. The combined and coordinated assault of all 9 allied realities, converging with focused and absolute purpose against the Devourer's concentrated and overwhelming presence, gradually, incrementally began to overwhelm even its considerable and ancient resistance, the entity's confident and calculating composure giving way, across the confrontation's final and most demanding hours, to something that carried, unmistakably, genuine and unfamiliar desperation. You cannot genuinely believe this alliance will prove permanent, it declared, its ancient voice carrying evident strain as the coalition's combined assault continued its relentless and coordinated pressure. 9 separate worlds, each with their own particular concerns and priorities. Even should you somehow prove sufficient to repel this particular confrontation, such an alliance cannot possibly endure beyond the immediate crisis that forged it. Perhaps not in its current form, Izuku acknowledged, his own considerable power maintaining its focused and absolute pressure despite the confrontation's mounting exhaustion. But the friendships we've built, the genuine trust and devotion forged across these months of shared purpose, those don't simply dissolve once the immediate crisis passes. You've spent your entire ancient and patient existence consuming worlds that stood alone, were allied only through fragile and temporary necessity. You've never once encountered what happens when genuine connection outlasts the crisis that first created it. The declaration, carrying the same absolute and unshakable conviction that had defined every significant confrontation of Izuku's remarkable existence, seemed to land with particular and unexpected weight against the Devourer's ancient and calculating intelligence, its considerable resistance faltering, for one final and decisive moment, under the combined weight of the coalition's coordinated assault. This confrontation is not concluded, it said finally, its ancient presence beginning, with evident and reluctant strain, to withdraw from its concentrated assault against Earth. I underestimated the particular resilience your unprecedented alliance's genuine bonds provide. I will require additional reconsideration, before my next attempt against this particular cluster of realities. Then we'll be ready for whatever that reconsideration ultimately produces, Izuku replied, watching the Devourer's ancient and terrible presence begin its gradual and considerable retreat across all 9 allied realities simultaneously, the immediate and overwhelming crisis finally, if only temporarily, beginning to ease. The Devourer's withdrawal, confirmed across every allied reality through the coalition's exhausted but functional communication network, marked the end of the confrontation's immediate and overwhelming phase. The WIS's careful and continued monitoring made clear, in the hours that followed, that the entity's retreat represented tactical reconsideration rather than genuine and complete defeat. It's gathering itself for a final, decisive attempt, WIS reported during the coalition's first opportunity for genuine rest since the confrontation began, his own considerable exhaustion from maintaining their coordinated passages across 9 simultaneous fronts evident despite his characteristic serene composure. I believe, based on the pattern of its withdrawal, that it intends to return with a strategy specifically designed to counter the particular strength of genuine connection you identified as its fundamental vulnerability. The coalition, gathering in the confrontation's exhausted but hard-won aftermath to assess both their considerable victory and its genuine and painful cost, found itself facing a sobering reckoning with the losses their unprecedented alliance had suffered across 3 days of unprecedented and demanding confrontation. We lost people, Mina said quietly, standing beside Izuku amid the considerable damage still visible across Muzudafu's familiar skyline, the guild's fallen mage among several other genuine and painful losses across their coalition's various allied fronts. Good people, who chose to stand with us even knowing the genuine risk that choice carried. We did, Izuku confirmed, his own grief carrying the particular weight of someone who understood, with absolute and unshakable clarity, that his own presence had ultimately drawn the Devourer's ancient and terrible attention toward this cluster of realities in the first place. I won't pretend that loss doesn't weigh on me considerably, knowing my own existence played a role in bringing this confrontation to worlds that would otherwise never have faced it. Mina's hand found his, her grip carrying the same fierce and grounding certainty that had anchored their entire remarkable partnership since its earliest, most uncertain beginnings. You didn't create the devourer, Izuku. You didn't choose for it to notice this cluster of realities. And when it did, you built something that gave every one of these worlds a genuine chance to stand together, instead of falling separately the way it's used to. That's not something to carry guilt over. That's something worth genuine pride, even with everything it's cost us. The coalition's leadership, gathering across the following days to assess their hard-won position and prepare for whatever the Devourer's promised return ultimately demanded of them, found themselves united by a renewed and considerable resolve, the genuine cost of their unprecedented alliance's first, decisive confrontation only strengthening their collective determination to ensure that cost had not been paid in vain. It'll come back stronger, Gojo observed during their strategic council, his own considerable exhaustion tempered by evident and focused determination. Whatever weakness it's identified in our genuine connection, it's going to spend whatever time it takes trying to find a way around that particular vulnerability. Then we use whatever time it takes to grow stronger ourselves, Izuku said, his tone carrying the same absolute and unshakable resolve that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence. We've proven our alliance can hold against its full and concentrated assault. Now we need to ensure that when it returns, our bond proves not merely sufficient to survive, but genuinely capable of ending its ancient and terrible advance once and for all. The weeks that followed brought a renewed and even more intensive phase of coalition preparation, every allied world's defenders drawing on the hard-won lessons of their first, decisive confrontation to refine and strengthen both their combined tactical capability and, more significantly, the genuine bonds of trust and devotion that Izuku had identified as their most crucial and unprecedented advantage against an entity that had, across countless millennia, never once encountered resistance. Built on anything more substantial than fragile, temporary necessity. Whatever form the Devourer's promised return ultimately took, Izuku understood, with the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, that their unprecedented coalition now stood more genuinely prepared, and more genuinely united, than any alliance the ancient and terrible entity had encountered across its entire long and patient history of conquest. The final and most decisive confrontation, the battle that would determine, once and for all, the fate of 9 interconnected realities and everyone who called them home, still lay ahead. But for the first time since the Devourer's ancient and terrible presence had first made itself known, Izuku Midoriya found himself facing that inevitable and final confrontation with genuine hope, rather than mere grim determination, at the fierce and unwavering foundation of his considerable and unprecedented resolve. Chapter 51, The Names We Carry Forward. In the quiet aftermath of the confrontation's first, exhausting phase, the coalition took time, amid its renewed and urgent preparation, to properly honor the considerable and painful losses their unprecedented alliance had suffered, a memorial gathering held at the Guild Realm's own request, drawing representatives from all 9 allied worlds together in shared and genuine grief. Izuku stood among the assembled coalition as their fallen were remembered, each name spoken aloud by representatives from their respective realities, the considerable weight of genuine loss settling into a shared and unified mourning that transcended the boundaries between worlds that had, mere months earlier, existed in complete and mutual ignorance of one another. We didn't know each other a year ago, the guild's formidable master observed, addressing the assembled coalition with a gravity that tempered his usual boisterous confidence. 9 separate worlds, each with our own struggles, our own losses, our own reasons for existing entirely apart from one another. And now we're standing here together, genuinely grieving people we only came to know because a threat bigger than any of us forced our paths to cross. He paused, his considerable emotion evident despite his effort to maintain composure. I think that's worth remembering, alongside the grief. Whatever this alliance ultimately costs us, it's also given us something genuine and lasting. Friends we never would have found otherwise. The sentiment, echoed across the assembled coalition in the days that followed, settled into their renewed and urgent preparation with a particular and meaningful weight, every allied world's defenders drawing strength not merely from tactical necessity, but from the genuine and hard-won bonds their shared sacrifice had forged. Mina, working alongside representatives from across their coalition to coordinate both the practical logistics of their continued preparation and the considerable emotional work of processing their shared loss, found herself, in the weeks that followed, developing an even deeper appreciation for the particular alchemy that had transformed 9 isolated worlds into something considerably more meaningful than simple strategic alliance. It's not just about winning anymore, she told Izuku one evening, the two of them reviewing the coalition's renewed strategic preparations amid the considerable and ongoing work of honoring their fallen while preparing for what still lay ahead. It's about making sure everyone we've lost, everyone who chose to stand with us knowing the risk, actually mattered. That their sacrifice built something worth carrying forward, whatever happens next. I understand that feeling considerably more than I might have before this confrontation began, Izuku admitted, his own grief tempered by the same renewed and focused resolve that had settled across their entire coalition in the weeks since the Devourer's temporary retreat. I've spent my entire existence learning what it means to genuinely care about something beyond simple, abstract observation. This confrontation has taught me, in turn, what it means to carry that care forward even through genuine and painful loss. The weeks of renewed preparation that followed brought the coalition's combined strength to a level considerably beyond even their formidable readiness during the confrontation's first, decisive phase, every allied world's defenders integrating the hard-won lessons of their initial engagement into strategies and techniques refined through genuine shared experience rather than mere theoretical rehearsal. Yuji and Kurashima, having fought alongside each other through the confrontation's most demanding hours, developed a combined technique of such refined and intuitive coordination that even Gojo found himself genuinely impressed by their progress. The shinobi delegation and the guild's fierce mages, having coordinated their defense during the confrontation's most desperate moments, discovered unexpected synergies between elemental technique and magical spellcasting that considerably expanded their coalition's combined tactical repertoire. We're not the same alliance we were 3 months ago, Gojo observed during one of their renewed strategic councils, watching the coalition's considerably refined coordination with genuine and evident satisfaction. That first confrontation, as costly as it proved, taught us things about actually fighting together that no amount of theoretical preparation could have provided. Whis, continuing his careful and considerable monitoring of the Devourer's ongoing reconsideration, offered his own periodic updates as the weeks of renewed preparation progressed, each report carrying the same sobering suggestion that their ancient and patient adversary was, indeed, developing a strategy specifically designed to counter the genuine connection that had proven their coalition's most crucial and unexpected advantage. It's studying you specifically, Whis reported during one such briefing, his careful analysis carrying evident and considerable gravity. Your particular role as the coalition's central and unifying presence appears to remain its primary strategic focus. I believe, when it finally returns, its efforts will concentrate heavily on isolating you from the Alliance's broader support, rather than repeating its earlier attempt at overwhelming concentrated force. The warning, settling into the coalition's careful and ongoing preparation with renewed and focused urgency, prompted a final and crucial refinement to their strategic planning, every allied world's leadership working to ensure that whatever isolation tactics the Devourer's ancient and calculating intelligence ultimately attempted, their coalition's genuine and hard-won bonds would prove resilient enough to overcome even that considerable and unprecedented challenge. Whatever it tries, Izuku said, addressing the assembled coalition during their final strategic council before the confrontation's anticipated and decisive final phase, I want every one of you to understand that isolating me from this alliance isn't simply a tactical inconvenience to overcome. It's an attack on the very foundation of what we've built together, genuine connection that exists independent of any single person's presence. Trust that foundation, whatever the Devourer ultimately attempts. We've already proven it can withstand overwhelming force. I believe, with equal and absolute conviction, that it can withstand this as well. The coalition, drawing on the full and complete measure of their hard-won preparation, their genuine grief, and their unwavering and considerable resolve, settled into their final phase of readiness as Whis's careful monitoring confirmed the Devourer's ancient and terrible presence was, once again, beginning its final and decisive approach toward their combined cluster of interconnected realities. Whatever strategy the entity had spent these recent weeks carefully developing, Whatever attempt it ultimately made to counter the genuine devotion that had first proven its ancient and calculating competence mistaken, Izuku understood, standing once more beside Mina and the considerable and unprecedented alliance they had built together across an entire remarkable year of shared purpose, that their coalition now stood more genuinely prepared, and more genuinely united, than any resistance the Devourer had encountered across its entire long and patient history of conquest. The confrontation's final and most decisive chapter was, at last, about to begin. Act 10, The Guardian of Nine Worlds. Chapter 52, The Isolation Gambit. The Devourer's final return arrived without the dramatic, world-shaking announcement that had characterized its earlier manifestations, its ancient and considerable presence instead unfolding with a patient, calculating subtlety that immediately struck Izuku, monitoring the coalition's careful defenses alongside Whis, as a fundamentally different category of strategy than its previous, more direct confrontations. It's not manifesting across all 9 realities simultaneously this time, Whis observed, his careful analysis carrying evident and focused concern. It's concentrating its approach specifically around you, Izuku, attempting to establish a localized dimensional distortion that would, if successful, sever your connection to the broader coalition's coordinated support entirely. Exactly the isolation strategy you warned us to expect, Izuku said, already moving to alert Mina and the coalition's broader leadership through their carefully maintained communication network. Whis, can you counter the distortion directly? I can attempt to maintain our connection, Whis said, but I want you to understand clearly, this will require considerably more sustained effort than our previous coordination, and I cannot guarantee complete success if the Devourer's isolation technique proves as sophisticated as its recent behavior suggests. The confrontation, when it fully manifested, unfolded exactly as Whis's careful warning had anticipated, a localized and considerable distortion forming around Izuku's position that gradually, insidiously began severing the careful coordination that had proven the coalition's most crucial advantage during their earlier, decisive engagement. Izuku. Mina's voice, carrying through the coalition's communication network with increasing static and distortion, conveyed genuine and mounting alarm as the Devourer's isolation technique continued its patient and considerable work. I can barely hear you. Whatever it's doing, it's working. Stay with the broader coalition, Izuku called back, his own voice carrying similar distortion as the Devourer's considerable technique continued eroding their connection. If it's specifically targeting our link, maintaining the wider alliance's coordination matters more than. The connection severed entirely, leaving Izuku alone within the Devourer's carefully constructed isolation. The ancient entity's full and considerable attention now turned directly and exclusively toward him. There, it said, its voice carrying evident and calculating satisfaction as its true and complete presence finally, fully manifested within the isolated pocket of reality it had spent considerable effort constructing. Alone, precisely as I intended. Whatever genuine connection your unprecedented alliance has built, it means considerably less once I've ensured you cannot draw upon it directly. Izuku met the entity's calculated confidence with the same quiet, absolute resolve that had carried him through every previous trial of his remarkable existence, though he found himself, in this isolated confrontation, genuinely uncertain whether his own considerable power alone would prove sufficient against a threat that had, mere weeks earlier, required the combined and coordinated strength of 9 entire worlds to genuinely stagger. You believe removing me from direct contact with my allies removes their support entirely, he said, his voice carrying steady and considerable conviction despite the genuine uncertainty of his isolated circumstances. But you misunderstand something fundamental about what we've actually built together. Their strength isn't something I simply borrow through direct coordination. It's something I carry with me, in every lesson they've taught me, every bond of genuine trust we've forged across this past remarkable year. Sentiment, the Devourer replied, its ancient voice carrying dismissive and confident scorn. A comforting fiction, perhaps, but ultimately insufficient against the genuine and overwhelming scope of what I represent. I have consumed gods before, Izuku Midoriya. Beings whose power exceeded even your own considerable inheritance. Whatever comfort you draw from your fiction of enduring connection, it will not save you now. The confrontation that followed tested every dimension of Izuku's considerable and hard-won capability, the Devourer's ancient and terrible power, no longer divided across 9 simultaneous fronts, bearing down upon him with a concentrated intensity that pushed his considerable divine reserves toward genuine and unprecedented strain. Yet even as the confrontation's overwhelming intensity mounted, Izuku found himself drawing on something considerably more sustaining than his own singular power, the accumulated weight of every lesson his remarkable journey had taught him settling into his continued resistance with quiet and unshakable certainty. He thought of his father's fierce and protective pride, his mother's insistence that even gods could learn to genuinely feel, Gojo's patient instruction and nuanced restraint, the shinobi's understanding of coordinated sacrifice, the guild's fierce and loyal devotion to found family, and Mina, always Mina, whose fearless and unwavering love had first taught him what any of this considerable journey had ever truly been about. "You call it fiction," he said, his voice carrying renewed and absolute conviction even as the confrontation's overwhelming intensity continued testing his considerable limits, "but I built my entire existence, these past years, on exactly the connection you dismiss so confidently. I am not simply Izuku Midoriya, alone and isolated within your carefully constructed pocket of reality. I carry every single person who has ever chosen to stand with me. And that carried weight does not simply vanish because you've severed a communication network." The declaration, delivered with absolute and unwavering certainty, seemed to catalyze something within Izuku's considerable and divine power, the familiar violet energy of his Hakai technique gathering with a focus and intensity that carried, for the first time since the isolated confrontation began, something that felt genuinely and considerably different from his usual application of overwhelming force. "What is this?" the devourer demanded, its ancient and calculating confidence giving way, for the first time, to something that carried genuine and unmistakable alarm as Izuku's gathering power began manifesting with a scope and character unlike anything even his own considerable experience had previously produced. "I believe," Izuku said, his voice carrying quiet and absolute certainty despite his own genuine uncertainty regarding exactly what was unfolding within him, "that you're about to discover precisely what happens when genuine connection becomes something considerably more than simple, dismissible sentiment." Chapter 53, What Connection Truly Means. Outside the Devourer's carefully constructed isolation, the coalition's leadership worked with desperate and coordinated urgency to counter the entity's sophisticated severing technique, Whis' considerable and sustained effort drawing on every resource his careful expertise could muster to re-establish the connection that had proven their alliance's most crucial advantage. "I can sense the boundary of its isolation technique," Whis reported, his usual serene composure carrying evident and focused strain as he worked through increasingly complex calculations. "But breaking through directly would require power considerably beyond what I can safely provide without risking catastrophic destabilization of the broader dimensional structure we've all been fighting to protect." "Then we find another way in," Mina said, her voice carrying fierce and unwavering determination despite the situation's genuine and mounting desperation. "Gojo, is there any technique from your world that might work differently than whatever Whis is trying?" Gojo considered the question with focused and rapid calculation, his own considerable expertise working through the problem with characteristic, if uncharacteristically serious, urgency. "Curse technique operates on somewhat different principles than pure dimensional manipulation," he said slowly. "If we combined my approach with the shinobi's sealing methodology, we might be able to create a temporary breach rather than attempting to fully counter its isolation technique directly." "Do it," Mina said, her fierce and unwavering resolve carrying the same absolute certainty that had characterized her entire remarkable partnership with Izuku since its earliest, most uncertain beginnings. "Whatever it takes. He needs us." The combined and hastily improvised technique that followed, drawing on Gojo's considerable cursed energy mastery, the shinobi delegation's refined sealing methodology, and Whis' own considerable dimensional expertise, gradually, painstakingly began carving a narrow but genuine breach through the Devourer's carefully constructed isolation. Within that isolated confrontation, Izuku felt the change the moment it began, a faint but unmistakable thread of connection re-establishing itself despite the Devourer's continued and considerable effort to maintain his complete severance from the broader coalition's support. "They're coming," he said, his voice carrying renewed and absolute conviction as the familiar warmth of that re-established connection settled into his continuing resistance against the entity's overwhelming power. "Whatever technique you've constructed to sever genuine connection, you've apparently failed to account for exactly how determined my allies prove when faced with a friend in genuine need. The Devourer's ancient and considerable composure, already strained by the unexpected character of Izuku's earlier declaration, fractured further as the coalition's improvised breach technique continued its steady and determined progress. "This should not be possible," it said, its voice carrying genuine and mounting alarm. "My isolation technique has never once failed to fully sever a target from external support. You've never once faced a coalition built on genuine devotion rather than mere strategic necessity," Izuku replied, drawing renewed strength from the thin but unmistakable thread of connection now re-establishing itself with the broader alliance's considerable and combined support. "I believe I mentioned that distinction would eventually prove decisive. The breach, when it finally, fully opened moments later, allowed the coalition's combined and coordinated support to flood into Izuku's isolated confrontation with overwhelming and considerable force, Mina arriving first through the narrow opening, her own developed technique deploying alongside Izuku's continued resistance with fierce and unwavering determination. "Told you I wasn't going anywhere," she said, positioning herself beside him with the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had defined their entire remarkable partnership. Whatever this thing thought it was accomplishing by trying to separate us, it clearly didn't understand what it was actually dealing with. Gojo, Yuji, representatives from the shinobi realm, the Soul Reapers, the guild mages, and delegates from every other allied reality followed in rapid and coordinated succession, the Devourer's carefully constructed isolation finally, completely collapsing under the combined weight of a coalition whose genuine bonds had proven considerably more resilient than its ancient and calculating strategy had ever anticipated. "This is not possible," the Devourer declared, its ancient and considerable composure now carrying unmistakable and genuine desperation as the coalition's full and combined strength finally converged against its overwhelmed and increasingly strained resistance. "No alliance has ever once demonstrated this particular capacity for sustained and genuine reconnection. Then perhaps it's time you learned something entirely new," Izuku said, his own considerable power, now fully reinforced by the coalition's combined and coordinated support, gathering into a form and intensity that carried the full and complete weight of everything their unprecedented alliance had built together across an entire remarkable year of shared purpose and genuine sacrifice. The final and decisive confrontation, drawing on the combined strength of 9 entire worlds bound together not by strategic necessity alone, but by genuine and hard-won devotion that had survived isolation, loss, and the Devourer's every calculated attempt to fracture their unprecedented unity, finally, truly began. Chapter 54, The Last Consumption. The combined assault that followed drew on every lesson the coalition had learned across their entire remarkable and demanding year of shared purpose, Izuku's considerable Hakai technique, now reinforced and transformed by the genuine devotion of 9 entire worlds standing united behind him, converging with Gojo's refined curse technique, the shinobi's ancient sealing methodology, the Soul Reaper's disciplined spiritual combat, the guild mage's fierce and loyal magic, and the accumulated wisdom of every allied reality that had chosen, freely and completely, to stand together against a threat that had, across countless millennia, never once encountered resistance capable of matching its ancient and terrible scope. "This is impossible," the Devourer declared, its vast and consuming presence beginning, for the first time in its entire long and patient existence, to genuinely fracture under the combined and coordinated weight of their unprecedented assault. "No coalition has ever once demonstrated this particular capacity for sustained and unified resistance. You've spent countless millennia consuming worlds that stood alone, or allied only through fragile necessity," Izuku replied, his voice carrying across the confrontation with the same absolute and unshakable certainty that had defined every significant moment of his remarkable existence. "You've never once encountered what happens when 9 separate worlds choose, genuinely and completely, to become something greater than the sum of their individual strength." The Devourer's ancient and considerable form, fracturing further under the coalition's relentless and coordinated assault, made one final and desperate attempt at resistance, its consuming presence lashing out with overwhelming and chaotic force against every point of their combined coalition simultaneously. "Hold the line," Gojo called out, his own considerable technique maintaining steady pressure even as the Devourer's desperate final assault tested every remaining reserve of the coalition's hard-won strength. "We're almost there." Mina, fighting alongside Izuku with the same fierce and unwavering devotion that had anchored their entire remarkable partnership since its earliest, most uncertain beginnings, called out her own critical observation amid the confrontation's overwhelming chaos. Izuku, its core, it's destabilizing. Now's the moment. Izuku felt it too, the same instinctive certainty that had guided every previous decisive strike of his remarkable existence, the Devourer's ancient and fundamental core, weakened and exposed by the Coalition's relentless and coordinated assault, finally presenting the singular opportunity their entire year of preparation had been building toward. He gathered every dimension of his considerable power, his divine inheritance from a god of destruction, the refined technique Gojo's patient instruction had provided, the accumulated strength and genuine devotion of 9 entire worlds standing united behind him, into a single, absolute, and decisive strike. Hakai, he said, the familiar word carrying a weight and finality that dwarfed every previous application of his considerable technique, the combined strength of an entire unprecedented coalition converging through his focused and absolute will into a single, decisive moment that would determine, once and for all, the fate of 9 interconnected realities. The Devourer's ancient and terrible presence, weakened beyond recovery by the Coalition's sustained and coordinated assault, finally, completely began to unravel, its consuming and vast form dissolving not into the scattered, dispersing fragments that had characterized Izuku's previous confrontations, but into something considerably more profound, a gradual and genuine dissolution that seemed to carry, in its final moments, an unmistakable and unfamiliar quality of release. How, it managed, its ancient voice carrying, for the first and only time across the entire confrontation, something that might have qualified as genuine and unguarded wonder rather than calculating menace. Did you build something capable of this? Genuine love, Izuku replied, his voice carrying quiet and absolute conviction as the entity's ancient and terrible presence finally, completely dissolved into nothing. Something you spent your entire existence consuming worlds without ever once genuinely understanding. The Devourer's ancient and terrible presence vanished entirely, its consumption of countless previous universes finally, decisively halted by a coalition that had proven, against every previous pattern of its long and patient conquest, that genuine connection could prove more powerful than even the most ancient and overwhelming accumulation of raw destructive force. Across all 9 allied realities simultaneously, the considerable and oppressive weight of the entity's ancient presence lifted entirely, the skies above every allied world clearing into their familiar and ordinary patterns as the confrontation that had tested their unprecedented coalition's every resource and genuine devotion finally, truly concluded. Izuku stood amid the confrontation's considerable aftermath, his own exhaustion profound but tempered by a genuine and hard-won relief that settled through every dimension of his remarkable and considerable existence. Mina found him within moments, her own considerable exhaustion giving way to fierce and overwhelming relief as she gathered him into her arms. "We did it," she said, her voice carrying disbelief and genuine joy in equal measure. "It's actually over. All of it." "We did," Izuku confirmed, holding her close amid the confrontation's considerable and hard-won aftermath, the combined strength and genuine devotion of 9 entire worlds finally, decisively proving sufficient to halt a threat that had, across countless millennia, never once encountered resistance capable of matching its ancient and terrible scope. Together, exactly as we've faced everything since the very beginning. Around them, across all 9 allied realities, the coalition's considerable and diverse membership began, gradually and with genuine and overwhelming relief, to process the full and complete scope of their hard-won and historic victory, friendships forged across months of shared purpose and genuine sacrifice now settling into something that would, in the years ahead, prove considerably more enduring than the crisis that had first brought them together. The Devourer's ancient and terrible advance, unbroken across countless millennia of patient and calculating conquest, had finally, decisively met its match, not in overwhelming individual power alone, but in the genuine and unprecedented strength of 9 separate worlds who had chosen, freely and completely, to become something greater than any single reality could ever have built alone. Chapter 55, 9 Worlds, 1 Family. The celebration that followed the Devourer's decisive defeat unfolded across all 9 allied realities simultaneously, with his considerable and now considerably less strained effort maintaining open passages between every world as representatives from across their unprecedented coalition gathered, in the days that followed their hard-won victory, to properly honor both their genuine triumph and the considerable and painful cost it had ultimately demanded. On Earth, Class 1A and their considerable circle of allies from across the assembled coalition gathered in a celebration that stretched long into the evening. Kirishima and Yuji's genuine friendship, forged across months of shared training and tested through the confrontation's most demanding hours, now settling into something that both of them understood would endure considerably beyond the immediate crisis that had first brought their worlds together. "You've got an open invitation to visit any time," Kirishima told Yuji, the two of them sharing a celebratory drink amid the gathering's considerable and genuine warmth. "Seriously, man. Whatever craziness your world's got going on, ours will always have room for you." "Same goes for you," Yuji replied, his own considerable and genuine warmth carrying the particular sincerity of someone who had, across their shared trials, found something considerably more meaningful than simple strategic alliance. "This whole thing taught me that the multiverse is a lot bigger, and a lot more connected, than I ever really understood before. I'm not planning on losing touch with any of you." Similar scenes unfolded across every allied reality, genuine friendships forged through shared sacrifice and hard-won victory settling into bonds that transcended the boundaries between worlds that had, mere months earlier, existed in complete and mutual isolation from one another. Beerus, observing the considerable and genuine celebration from a quiet corner of Earth's own gathering, found himself, for perhaps the first time in his entire 10,000-year existence, genuinely moved by the scope of what his son's remarkable journey had ultimately produced. "I confess," he told Izuku, the two of them sharing a rare and quiet moment away from the celebration's considerable warmth, "I never anticipated, when I first sent you to this small and insignificant planet to cure my own boredom, that you would eventually build something of this scope. 9 worlds, genuinely united, capable of accomplishing what no single reality, however powerful, could ever have achieved alone. I learned it from watching you find something worth genuinely caring about, in your own considerable way," Izuku said, a faint and genuine warmth entering his tone despite his continued exhaustion. "Whatever I built here, it exists because you and Mother first taught me that even gods can discover something worth protecting beyond mere power and observation." Beerus studied his son for a long, considering moment, something that might, on his gruff and formidable features, have qualified as genuine and unguarded pride settling into his expression. "Your mother will want to hear every detail," he said finally. "She's been anxiously awaiting news since the confrontation began. I suspect she'll want to properly celebrate with the entire coalition, once circumstances allow for it." The formal alliance that emerged from their hard-won victory, negotiated over the following weeks between representatives from all 9 allied realities, established a permanent and considerable framework for continued cooperation and mutual support, a network of maintained passages allowing for ongoing exchange of knowledge, resources, and genuine friendship between worlds that had, through their shared and demanding trial, discovered something considerably more valuable than simple strategic necessity. "It's become something genuinely unprecedented," Gojo observed during one of the alliance's early formal sessions, watching representatives from across their considerable coalition work through the practical logistics of their permanent and ongoing partnership. 9 separate worlds, choosing to maintain genuine connection even after the crisis that first brought them together has been fully resolved. "I don't think anything quite like this has existed in the broader multiverse's entire recorded history." Mina, working alongside representatives from across their coalition to help formalize the considerable and ongoing framework of their permanent alliance, found herself, in the celebration's aftermath, reflecting on the remarkable scope of the journey that had carried them from a quiet, unremarkable dinner interrupted by an unfamiliar wrongness to the genuine and hard-won friendship of 9 entire worlds. "It's kind of incredible, when you actually think about it," she told Izuku one evening, the two of them finally finding a quiet moment together amid the considerable and ongoing celebration. "A year ago, we didn't even know any of this existed. Curses, other dimensions, this whole vast multiverse full of worlds we never imagined. Now we've got genuine friends spanning 9 separate realities, and we actually helped stop something that's apparently been consuming universes since before recorded history began. I find myself, reflecting on this entire remarkable year, considerably more grateful than I have words to properly express," Izuku said, gathering her close amid the celebration's continued and genuine warmth. "Not merely for the victory we've achieved, significant as that victory undoubtedly proves, but for everything this journey has taught me about what genuine connection actually means, and what it's capable of accomplishing when 9 separate worlds choose, freely and completely, to become something greater than any single reality could ever build alone. As the celebration continued long into the evening, representatives from across their unprecedented coalition sharing stories, forging deeper friendships, and beginning the considerable work of building a lasting and genuine partnership between worlds that would, in the years ahead, continue supporting and enriching one another long after the immediate crisis that had first united them had faded into cherished and historic memory. Izuku found himself standing beside Mina amid the celebrations. Considerable warmth, more completely and permanently at peace than his entire remarkable existence, divine or otherwise, had ever previously allowed him to feel. Chapter 56, The Guardian of 9 Worlds. Years passed in the way that truly significant chapters of any remarkable existence tend to unfold, marked not by any single dramatic moment, but by the steady and considerable accumulation of ordinary days that, taken together, reshaped the entire landscape of the life Izuku Midoriya and Mina Ashido had built together, and the unprecedented alliance of 9 worlds that had, against every previous pattern of the Devourer's ancient conquest, chosen genuine connection over isolated struggle. The permanent alliance they had forged in the aftermath of their historic victory settled, across the years that followed, into something considerably more than the formal, practical partnership its original architects had first envisioned. Regular gatherings, held on a careful rotation across all 9 allied realities, became cherished and anticipated traditions, friendships forged through shared sacrifice deepening into relationships that spanned decades rather than the single, demanding crisis that had first brought them together. Yuji and Kirishima's friendship, tested through the confrontation's most difficult hours, grew into something approaching genuine brotherhood, the two of them maintaining regular contact across the years despite the considerable dimensional distance separating their respective worlds. Izuku's own role within this unprecedented and enduring alliance evolved, across the years that followed, from crisis-driven necessity into something considerably more sustainable and meaningful, a genuine guardian not merely of Earth, but of the entire interconnected cluster of 9 realities that had chosen, through their shared and historic trial, to become something greater than any single world could ever have built alone. Ambassador of the 9 worlds, Mina had teased him once, watching him prepare for one of the Alliance's periodic diplomatic gatherings, the title having emerged, gradually and somewhat informally, from the considerable trust and respect he'd earned across their coalition's ongoing and enduring partnership. That's quite the promotion from mysterious quiet kid at the back of the UA classroom. I've had considerable help along the way, Izuku had replied, a genuine and warm smile crossing his features despite the gentle teasing. I don't believe any of this would have proven possible without you, and everyone else who chose to stand beside me across this entire remarkable journey. Their own family, growing across the years that followed their historic victory, brought its own particular and cherished joy to the considerable and unprecedented life they had built together, 2 children whose own unique nature, part divine inheritance and part fierce, unwavering human determination, promised their own remarkable and considerable futures within the alliance their parents had helped forge. Do you think they'll inherit the whole Hakai thing? Mina had asked once, watching their eldest, a bright and curious girl with her mother's fearless grin and her father's watchful green eyes, playing in the considerable and peaceful gardens of Beerus's own palace during one of their regular family visits. Whis believes it's likely, at least to some degree, Izuku had said, watching his daughter with the same quiet and profound wonder he brought to every aspect of the remarkable family they had built together. Though I find myself considerably more interested in what kind of person she chooses to become, rather than simply what power she might eventually inherit. Beerus, in his own gruff and characteristically reluctant way, had proven a considerably more present and engaged grandfather than either Izuku or Mina had initially anticipated, his fierce and protective devotion to his grandchildren carrying an unmistakable echo of the same complicated but genuine love he had shown his own son across Izuku's entire remarkable existence. You spoil them, Cheelai observed fondly, watching Beerus attempt, with characteristic gruffness, to teach his grandson the fundamentals of ki control during one of their considerable family gatherings. They're my grandchildren, Beerus replied, as though the explanation required no further elaboration. Of course I spoil them. What exactly is the point of 10,000 years of accumulated power and privilege, if not to occasionally indulge the family one has genuinely chosen to love? The wider alliance of 9 worlds, meanwhile, continued flourishing across the years that followed their historic and hard-won victory, genuine cooperation and mutual support becoming, gradually and organically, simply another accepted feature of daily existence across all 9 interconnected realities. Villain activity across Earth continued its steady decline, not merely through Izuku's own considerable and deterrent presence, but through the accumulated wisdom and shared expertise that flowed, freely and continuously, between allied worlds that had, through their shared trial against the Devourer, discovered genuine value in continued and lasting cooperation. Gojo, visiting Earth for one of the Alliance's periodic celebrations nearly a decade after their historic victory, found himself reflecting, alongside Izuku, on the remarkable scope of what their initial and modest partnership had ultimately produced. "I remember thinking, back when you first showed up asking about curses, that this would be a fairly contained situation," he observed, watching the considerable and genuine warmth of the gathered coalition's latest celebration unfold around them. "Little did I know we'd end up building something like this. 9 worlds, genuinely united, still going strong a decade later. I don't believe either of us could have anticipated the full scope of what that initial partnership would ultimately become," Izuku agreed, watching his own children play alongside Yuji's and several other coalition families' considerable and growing broods, the Alliance's genuine and lasting friendship now extending into a second generation that had never known a time before their 9 worlds stood united. "Though I find myself, reflecting on this entire remarkable journey, profoundly grateful for every step that led us here." Standing amid the considerable and genuine warmth of that gathering, surrounded by the fierce and devoted wife who had first taught him what it meant to belong somewhere completely, the children who carried forward both his divine inheritance and her fearless, unwavering heart, and the vast and remarkable alliance of 9 worlds that had, through shared sacrifice and genuine connection, proven stronger than even the most ancient and terrible threat the multiverse could produce, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself, one final and complete time, to simply exist in the profound and hard-won piece of a life built entirely on genuine love rather than solitary power. He had arrived on Earth, so many years earlier, as a distant and unmoved god expecting nothing more than a temporary diversion from his father's endless boredom. He had found, instead, everything that had ever truly mattered, a fierce and unwavering love, a family built through genuine choice rather than mere divine obligation, and an alliance spanning 9 entire worlds that had proven, against every previous pattern of ancient and terrible conquest, that genuine connection remained the single most powerful force the universe had ever produced. The stars above continued their same ancient and indifferent rotation, vast and largely unconcerned with the particular joys and sorrows of any single world or the remarkable love story that had unfolded across 9 of them. But for Izuku Midoriya, heir to a god of destruction, and for Mina Ashido, the fearless woman who had first taught him what it meant to be truly and completely known, and for the vast and considerable alliance of worlds they had built together through genuine sacrifice and unwavering devotion, that ancient indifference mattered not at all. They had found, against every improbable circumstance of a life that began in the vast and lonely halls of a divine palace and grew into something spanning 9 entire realities, exactly what every remarkable journey ultimately seeks: a home, a purpose, a family, and a love worth protecting with absolutely everything, for as long as the universe allowed them the privilege of choosing each other, one remarkable day, and one remarkable world, at a time. The story of the heir of destruction, and the 9 worlds he had chosen to call his own, had finally, completely come home. Thanks for listening.